hold up your medals and give everyone a big cheer in the front, Whitfield. Yay!
Yay!
All right, good job. Thanks, gang. Thanks for coming up. Matilda Kemp's getting older. She's got her mobile phone in her hand. So, thanks, kids. We'll be racing here in about 5 minutes' time. All right, welcome to AMV for our track series, round number 5, and continuation of our state championships. For our under 15 Keirin riders, could you please make your way to the back straight, the ramp on the back straight? We are starting to get you ready for marshalling to head straight into your state championships. Under 15s, make your way to the ramp on the back straight. Under 15 riders, so Harley Bradshaw, Cam Franks, Flynn Jensen, could you guys make your way to the front straight ramp, please? Harley Bradshaw, Cam Franks, Flynn Jensen, Ethan Lee, Felix Henderson. Yep, all you under 15 boys, make your way to the straight. Felix, stop doing circles, go to the front straight. Felix Henderson to the front straight. Henry Velasquez to the front straight. As again, welcome to Meares Velodrome for round 5 of the AMV track series, including our Keirin and Point State Championships for 2025. We're going straight to racing this morning with our under 15 Keirin heats. We'll have 2 of them for the boys. First 3 will go to the gold final. The next 3 will go to the 7 to 12 final. We'll follow that straight through with our under 17 women's heats and our under 17 men's heats. Then we'll go into the under 19s and into our masters and elites. So a big afternoon of racing here in stormy Brisbane. Had a big night of racing last night with our scratch races and eliminations. as our riders are getting ready for heat number 1. Out on the track will be Pat Richardson, Henry Velasquez, Riley Dixon, Jacob Cork, Jack Muelling and Matt Shitkowski. So for the top 3 will go through to the gold final. The remaining 3 will go to the 7 to 12 final. So riders do a random draw to see what position they get behind the Derny. It looks like Jacob Cork has drawn number 1. Paddy Richardson in number 2. In 3, Riley Dixon. Just an update, Jack Muelling not starting this one. In position 4, Matt Shitkowski. And right up near the fence from Balmoral Cycling Club, looking very flash, Henry Velasquez. Right, as our Derny departs from the far side of the track. Welcome to Peter Meares. All right, as the Derny rolls through, on the front, Jacob Cork, followed by Paddy Richardson, Riley Dixon, Matt Shitkowski, and Henry Velasquez. So no one can change position on the first lap. After the first lap, the riders are free to change their position. The rider behind the Derny, if they leave that position and no one fills it, they must go back to behind the Derny. Everyone else can move and change, but the rider behind the Derny, if they move and no one fills that spot, they have to go back or risk being relegated. So 2 laps down behind the Derny, been ridden by Aaron Liang. He will roll off next time around, and Jacob Cork will take the role of the lead rider as Riley Dixon makes his way up around the outside of Paddy Richardson. Top 3 will go through to the gold final. As Jacob Cork rolls straight up the track, Riley Dixon splits the needle between Paddy and Jacob. Henry Velasquez, he comes around the outside. He had a good team sprint a couple of weeks ago, took home a gold medal. Riley Dixon already with an impressive collection of state medals, so they'll all be looking to see what's going to happen there. But 3 wide, Paddy Richardson, Riley Dixon, Henry Velasquez, and then Matt Shitkowski and Jacob Cork. Oh, Matt Shitkowski has a fall on turn 3. They get the bell, and it's Riley Dixon on the front. So Riley leads out the sprint. Jacob Cork quickly onto his wheel. Then it's Henry Velasquez, but there's a gap now. Paddy Richardson trying to get through. Riley Dixon and Jacob Cork, they're making their way around, so they'll get through. They're already going to go through, so Dixon and Cork and Velasquez will be our top 3 riders through the gold final. Paddy Richardson will go through to the 7 to 12. Matt Shitkowski back up and walking out of the Velodrome. That's good to see. So well done to Riley, Jacob and Henry. They'll be making their way to the gold final. Heat 2 of our junior men's 15 Keirin heats. Top 3 again will go through to the final. You know, Flynn Jensen, Felix Henderson, Cam Franks, Aidan Parslow, Ethan Lee and Harley Bradshaw. Good to see Flynn Jensen back on the track. He had a fall yesterday, so hopefully he's feeling all right. In the number 1 spot from Balmoral, Cam Franks. In number 2, also from Balmoral, Mr. Felix Henderson. In spot number 3 from UQ, Harley Bradshaw. In 4th spot from Balmoral, Flynn Jensen. In the number 5 spot from Ipswich, Ethan Lee. And in 6th wheel from Hamilton Wheelers, Aidan Parslow. As the Derny rolls through. Okay, we get the whistle. Derny rolls through. This will be led out by Cam Franks, Felix Henderson, Harley Bradshaw, Flynn Jensen, Ethan Lee, and Aidan Parslow. Aaron Liang in control of the Derny out the front. So 3 laps behind the Derny. And then Cam Franks will inherit the lead. New Derny here for Meares Velodrome, fully electric. Great little machine as they come around for their second lap. No one changing positions, but they all start to look around. Flynn Jensen having a good look for Ethan Lee and Aidan Parslow. Harley Bradshaw having a look where Flynn Jensen is. Cam Franks, cool as a cucumber at the front. He has a little look left. Sees all the boys lined up behind him. Cam Franks with a great turn of speed in those legs. He's getting faster and faster every year. First year under 15. Second year under 15, sorry. So Cam is on the front now and he's ups the tempo immediately. Felix onto his wheel, Harley there, Flynn Jensen, Ethan Lee, Aidan Parslow. He's going to make a move around the outside. He wants to come up next to Ethan Lee as they get 2 laps to go. Tempo high, Harley Bradshaw. He's got Jensen glued to his wheel. So Franks, Bradshaw, Henderson, Jensen, Parslow and Lee. Lee starting to make his move with just over a lap to go. Cam Franks gets up. Ethan Lee over the top. Now we've got a race on. Cam Franks, Harley Bradshaw, Flynn Jensen. Jensen trying to make his way out. Ethan Lee opened the door. Now Aidan Parslow goes through as well. On the front, it's still Cam Franks, followed by Harley Bradshaw. This is a race for third. Oh, I think it was Flynn Jensen got the third just over Aidan Parslow. Cam Franks and Harley Bradshaw coming in. We'll just wait for confirmation between Flynn Jensen and Aidan Parslow. That was close. So Cam and Harley, they're on their way through to the gold final. Good sprint there between Aidan Parslow and Flynn Jensen. Have a feeling Flynn Jensen got it on the line. Next up, we move to our under-17 women Keirin heats. Top 3 to the gold. The remainder to the 7 to 12 final. So out on track, Lilia Jonsdottir, Isabella Potts, Ava Robbins, Chloe Buckley and Grace Hunter. There you go, confirmation, Flynn Jensen did get that third spot. So he'll go through to the gold final with Cam and Harley. The rest will go through to the 7 to 12 final. So on the front now as the Derny rolls around, it'll be Bella Potts will lead this one out, followed by Lilia Jonsdottir. In third wheel, Chloe Buckley. Grace Hunter in second wheel, sorry. Wearing a different kit today. So Bella Potts, Grace Hunter, Chloe Buckley, then around the outside, Ava Robbins and Lilia Jonsdottir. She's following Chloe Buckley. So roll around one more lap behind the Dooney. So it's still Bella Potts on the front. Grace Hunter on her wheel. Ava Robbins on the outside, followed by Chloe Buckley and Lilia. Dooney will roll off next time around. And Bella Potts opens it up straight away. Puts some speed in. Ava Robbins quickly onto that move. Grace Hunter in the sprinters lane behind Ava as they're all bunched up behind Ava and Bella. So now they look like they're on a bunch ride with 2 to go. Grace Hunter not in a great spot. She's boxed in there with Chloe Buckley. Lilia Jonsdottir may be able to make a move from the back, but Ava Robbins and Bella Potts controlling the tempo. Robbins opens up the sprint as they head down the front straight. So Robbins goes, Potts goes, Hunter goes, Buckley goes. They're all lined up down the back straight. Grace Hunter with nowhere to go. She's on Ava Robbins' wheel. This will be a photo finish as they come down into the front straight. Ava Robbins on the front. I think it was Ava Robbins, Bella Potts and maybe Grace Hunter over Chloe Buckley. You'll wait for confirmation on that one. Looked like it was definitely Ava and Ava and Bella looks like they're through. We'll just wait to see what the finish result was between Chloe Buckley, Grace Hunter. There's the result. Grace Hunter, she did get through. So Grace Hunter takes the final spot in that gold final. Chloe Buckley and Lilia Jonsdottir will head through to the 7 to 12 final. Up next, our second heat for our under 17 women. On the front, it'll be Darcy Henwood from the Canberra Cycling Club. She'll be lined up next to 3 Balmoral girls in Sienna Monteith, April Paddy and Michaela Gibbs. April Paddy up on the fence. Sienna Monteith will be in second wheel. Michaela Gibbs there in third. So 4 ladies in this one. But it'll be Henwood lead them out. Followed by Monteith, Gibbs and Paddy. So confirmation that Bella Potts, Ava Robbins and Grace Hunter through to the gold final. Grace just scraping her way through when she was boxed in. It's a good race. So next up, Henwood, Monteith, Gibbs and Paddy, no change on that first lap. Everyone looks pretty happy. Gibbs starting to look around to see what April Paddy's doing. So still Henwood on the front, Darcy Henwood from Canberra. No change in that first 2 laps so far. As they all squeeze together down that back straight. Dooney will roll off this time around and Darcy Henwood will take over the lead. Dooney's off. Darcy Henwood has control of the race. She rolls straight up. Monteith rolls up. Gibbs looks around. She's inherited the lead suddenly. So Gibbs on the front, looking to the right. Paddy comes in between Gibbs and Monteith. Darcy Henwood, she's decided that the wheel of Monteith is the place to be. So they come 3 wide down the front straight with 2 laps to go. Gibbs still in control. She jumps onto April Paddy's wheel now as they go 2 wide. And April Paddy missed the jump from Sienna Monteith. She was looking left and Monteith came from the right. So Monteith gets a jump over Michaela Gibbs as they all line up behind. Monteith with about 2 bike lengths over Gibbs. Now April Paddy with the work to do. The top 3 will go through. So it looks like the Balmoral crew have dropped Darcy Henwood. They'll all go through, barring something happening, but it'll be through Sienna Monteith, Gibbs, Paddy and Henwood. So the three Balmoral girls of Sienna Monteith, April Paddy and Michaela Gibbs will go through the gold final. They'll join Bella Potts, Ava Robbins and Grace Hunter. Darcy Henwood will go through to the 7 to 12 final, joining Chloe Buckley and Lilia Jonsdotter. Moving on to our men's under 17. And again, first 3 to the gold final, the remainder to the 7 to 13 final. In the number 1 spot from Hamilton Wheelers, Eli Taylor. In the number 2, Bodie Dusha. In number 3 from Bundaberg, Jack Parker. In the 4 spot, Flynn Larkins from Hamilton Wheelers. Lockie Chamberlain from Hamilton Wheelers in number 5. Ollie Jordan in number 6. And Will Emilius in 7, so a big field. Only the top 3 to go through. And some heavy hitters out there. 6 laps. Led out by Eli Taylor. He's had a good weekend so far. So it'll be Taylor, Dusha, Parker, Larkins, Chamberlain, Jordan and Emilius. This could be a very cagey affair between our under-17s. Some very close racing over the state championship so far. Big races last night in the elimination and the scratch. We'll see who's backed up and got some legs. So Aaron Liang on the Derny, 1 more lap to go. So it's no change. Taylor, Dusha, Parker, Larkins, Chamberlain, Jordan and Emilius. Big field, 7 riders, top 3 through to the gold. The remainder will go to the 7 to 13. As the Derny pulls off, Eli Taylor, he takes over the pacing. Now we start to see some movement. Jordan comes around the outside of Larkins. Larkins goes with him. Emilius stuck to Jordan's wheel. Jack Parker, he decides to go to the front, the young man from Bundaberg. He wants to lead from the start as they're all bunched up in 3 and 4. So Taylor just holding Parker on his shoulder. Boxed in a bit there is Bodie Dusha. Down the back straight they go. Now Jordan goes over the top. He's got Emilius for company. Larkins goes with him. Chamberlain's there as well. Taylor, Jordan, and Emilius all kick. Then it's Dusha and Larkins, followed by Chamberlain. Jack Parker off the back. Top 3 only going through, so this will be a battle into the front straight. As they head in, it'll be Will Emilius will take the win, and then it'll be Taylor and Dusha. So Will Emilius will go through to the gold final. He'll go through with Eli Taylor and Bodie Dusha. Jordan, Parker, Chamberlain and Larkins will go to the 7 to 12. Next up, our second and final heat for our under-17 men. Again, top 3 through the final. And we will be missing Cruz Kemps, I think, from this one. So on the front spot from Rockhampton, so the number 1 spot from Rockhampton, Georgie Tucker. In the second wheel from Hamilton Wheelers, Harry Dowling. Next to him from the Fraser Coast, Oscar Schoff. Then from Bundaberg, Hunter Davis. And the superstar from the scratch race last night, Felix Crossman. So Cruz Kemps not here for this one. So roll through, it'll be Tucker will lead out Dowling, Schoff, Davis and Crossman. So only 5 in this one, 7 in the last one. Top 3 will go through. Top 3 will go through the gold final. The remainder will go to the 7 to 13, or it might be 7 to 12, with Cruz Kemps not racing. Hope Cruz is all right. He had a bit of a crash at Muzz this morning. Hope all is well. As Crossman makes his way around the outside of Oscar Schoff. Down the front straight, Schoff goes with him. Dowling looking around. He's on Tucker's wheel. So 3 wide as they go round 1 and 2. Durney will come in this time around. Hunter Davis, he jumps onto Schoff's wheel. Crossman's just backed off a little bit. Tucker with the lead. Just cruising around, he flicks up. He's got Dowling for company. Schoff comes around. Crossman comes over the top of Davis. So George Tucker really controlling the pace as they head into 3 and 4. Tucker looks around to see who's there. So it's Tucker, Dowling, Schoff, Davis and Crossman side by side at the back. Now Crossman starts to put some pace on down the back straight. Tucker controlling this well from the front. They'll get the bell this time around. There it is. They all stand up to sprint. So Dowling goes with Tucker. Schoff around the outside. Crossman with a bit of work to do down the back straight. Dowling in there in the top 3. Davis just off the back. So coming through, it'll be George Tucker, Oscar Schoff, and Harry Dowling might come through. It will be Dowling. So Tucker, Schoff, and Dowling. Crossman and Hunter Davis, they'll go through to the 7 to 12 final. So well controlled by GT. Had that under control. So moving on to our under 19 women's Keirin heats now. 4 riders, the first 3 will go to the gold final. The remainder will go to a combined elite women under 19 7 to 12 final. On the front from Bundaberg, that'll be Hannah Parton. Next to her will be the rocket ship from the Gold Coast, Maddie Smith. Then it'll be Olivia Wright. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, Olivia Wright and then Milan Bradshaw. So some big hitters out there. Hannah Parton will lead them through, followed by Smith, Wright and Bradshaw. Top 3 will go to the gold final. Number 4 will go through to the combined 19 and elite 7 to 12 final. So Hannah Parton leads them through, already 1.5 laps done, followed by Maddie Smith. She won a gold at Nationals this year. Olivia Wright and then Milan Bradshaw. Milan would have seen Winter and Harley earlier on. Winter having a great hit out so far this weekend. First time we've seen Milan out on the track. So no change. Hannah Parton, she inherits the lead. Maddie Smith there, Olivia Wright, Milan Bradshaw starts to make her way around the outside. Olivia Wright goes on the inside and straight to the front. Hannah Parton in a black skin suit sandwich. So Olivia Wright, Maddie Smith, Milan Bradshaw and Hannah Parton as they go round with 1.5 laps to go. So it's Wright on the front. Now they all start to kick. So Olivia Wright starts it off. Maddie Smith quickly on her wheel, followed by Bradshaw and Parton. There's the bell as they all start to move now. So it's still Olivia Wright on the front. Top 3 will go through. Hannah Parton just off the back. Bradshaw down the back straight. Just wants to make sure she's in contention as they come round. So it'll be Hannah Parton from Bundaberg. We'll miss out on this one, but the top 3 will be Wright, Smith and Bradshaw. So Olivia Wright, Milan Bradshaw and Maddie Smith, they will go through to the gold final. The top 3 from the next heat will tell us who joins them. We start to roll up the track in the number 1 spot from UQ, Indy Plant. In the second wheel for the superstar from Rocky, Victoria Smith. She'll be next to Ella Liang from Balmoral. In the top position, also from the University of Queensland, Chloe Bowen. So Durney rolls off from the back, so it'll be Indy Plant, Victoria Smith, Ella Liang and Chloe Bowen, top 3 through the gold final. So Durney rolls through. Indy will lead this one out, followed by Smith, Liang and Bowen. So 1 lap down, can't change on the first lap, but you can maneuver position once that first lap is done. If you do leave from the back wheel of the Durney and no one takes that spot, you do have to go back there, and in a pretty timely fashion. So it's Indy Plant still in the front, followed by Vic Smith, Ella Liang and Chloe Bowen. Top 3, so there'll only be 1 rider miss out. Two laps done behind the Durney. Aaron Liang will roll off this time around. Indy Plant will take over the lead. So Indy's got the front. Victoria Smith opens up a little bit of the gap between herself and Indy. Now from the back, Chloe Bowen, she wants to go long range. Indy sees that coming. She gets out of her saddle. Following Chloe Bowen, that'll be Ella Liang. Down the front straight they come with 2 laps to go. Chloe Bowen's gone to the front. She's dragging them all with her. So Bowen, Liang, Plant and Smith. So Chloe Bowen, she's gone for a 3-lap IP, but giving all the girls a good draft. There's the bell. 1 lap to go. Ella Liang starts to come around. Victoria Smith comes around the outside. Plant going with Liang as they all swamp Chloe Bowen. She did all the effort, and now they've swamped over the top of her. Top three will go through the gold final. Ella Liang, she will cruise through with Plant, Smith, and Chloe Bowen will go through to the 7 to 12. Moving on to our under-19 men Keirin heats. Top two will go to the gold final. And the remainder will go to the 7 and 12 final. Sorry, third and fourth will go to the 7 to 12 final. If you come in fifth, that's your day done. Okay, for this heat, out the front, looks like the number one spot, that would be Liam Vaughan from Bundaberg. In the number two spot, that looks like it might be Nate Argent. No, sorry, that's Tom Waits in the number two spot. Keirin Smalley will be in spot number 5. Next to him, looks like Lockie Walters. He's not on the start list, but Lockie Walters there in the number 4 spot. Nate Argent in that black kit in spot number 3. And Tom Waits in spot number 2. So Keely Kitkovic's being replaced by Lockie Walters. Top 2 will go through. So it's Vaughan, Waits, Argent, Walters, and Smalley. Shout out to Keirin Smalley. I've been calling him Keita Smalley for a while. It's Keita. So down the back straight, it's still Liam Vaughan on the front, followed by Waits, Argent, Walters, and Smalley. Top 2 to go through the gold final. 3 and 4 will go through to the 7 to 12. And the 5th rider across the line, that'll be their Keirin State Championship done. Down the front straight now with 2 laps to go. So Vaughan and Waits on the front. Argent just getting a bit of a gap. He's going to build up his speed. Keita going with him. But out the front, Waits has opened up the gap. He wants to go. So top 2 through. Waits at the front. Argent there. Walters going with Argent. Keita Smalley and Liam Vaughan just dropped off the back. It's Tom Waits on the front. This might be a battle for the 2nd spot to get through to the gold final. Tom Waits will go through. Oh, I think that might have been Lockie Walters on the line. I'm not sure. But Tom Waits will definitely go through to the gold. So good racing there. It was definitely Tom Waits going through. He'll go through the gold final. There's a result, Tom Waits. Lockie Walters, he did get over the top with a good throw to the line. So he'll go through the gold. Nate Argent and Liam Vaughan, they'll go through to the 7 to 12. And Keita Smalley, his Keirin day is done. Next up, but only 3 riders. Porter White and Sasha Williams, non-starters. So on the front, it'll be Will Holzberger, followed by Seb Topping and Chris Mullins. First 2 across the line will go to the gold final. Third place will go through to the 7 to 12. As the Derny rolls through, it'll be Holzberger leading out Topping and Mullins. So 3 big hitters out there. Top 2 through to the gold. Nowhere to hide in a 3-rider Keirin. 1 lap down, and it looks like everyone's pretty happy with their position. Holzberger on the front. Topping just giving himself some room to ride into behind Holzberger. Mullins stuck to Topping's wheel. So they come around 3 and 4 for the second time. 1 more lap behind the Derny. Down the back straight, the Derny tempo's gone up. You can see the boys just making sure they don't leave too much of a gap, because you can get relegated for leaving too much of a gap. Derny off, Will Holzberger. He inherits the lead, he rolls up and they all follow. Into the back straight, Holzberger looks around. He's got Topping behind him and Mullins. Around 3 and 4, they follow Holzberger up. Again, as they come down, 2 laps to go. The big hitters all looking at each other now. Holzberger up near the stayers line. Holzberger decides to kick early, 1.5 laps to go. Topping wants to get on that wheel. Small gap between each rider. As they come in, they'll get the bell. Holzberger, the first to blink. Topping going around the outside as they go around 1 and 2. Mullins is going to try and follow Topping as they go down the back straight. Topping over the top of Holzberger. Now Mullins and Holzberger fighting it out for the last spot in the gold final. And across the line, Topping will go through, and I think Mullins will go through with him just over the top of Holzberger. So next heat, no Sam Hilditch in this one. Rider number 1 will be Zach Douglas Savage. Next to him will be Toby Jones. Then it'll be Mitch Louis and Alex Hughes. No, Keely Kikovic, sorry. So top 2 through to the gold. Zach Douglas Savage, followed by Toby Jones, Mitchell Louis and Keely Kitkovics. Sam Hilditch is scratching from this one. So Zach Douglas Savage in behind the Derny, followed by Jones, Louis and Kitkovics. Hard to believe Jones and Louis are still under 19s. They're doing some amazing things already, those 2 young men. Zach Douglas Savage starting to make a name for himself in under 19s, as is Keely. As the Derny rolls off, it'll be Douglas Savage on the front, followed by Jones, Louis and Kitkovics. As Douglas Savage just increases the tempo slightly. Jones makes a move around the outside with 2 laps to go. Louis spots that. He wants to go with it. Top 2 only to go through to the final. So Jones to the front. Louis around the outside. Kitkovic's going with Louis. They'll get the bell this time around. Jones kicks. Mitchell Louis kicks. Good move from Toby Jones. He knows how to go long distance and go fast. So Jones and Louis in a league of their own as they've got a gap to Douglas Savage and Kitkovic's. So they go through. Jones will take the win with Louis. They'll go through to the gold final. ZDS and Keeley will go through to the 7 to 12. So for under 19 men, looks like it'll be Lockie Walters, Tom Waits, Seb Topping, Chris Mullins, Mitch Louis and Toby Jones all headed to the gold final. Next up for our elite women, it's got first 2 to the final, but I think it might be top 3. It's only 2 heats. I'm sorry, we're going to the straight into the junior 15 final. So this is for a state championship. This is the final now for our junior women under 15. It's the final. On the front, Hannah Walters. In second wheel, Maddie Douglas Savage. That's Sienna Golding, Aaron Seock and Elise Vaughan. So this is the final, so medals will be on this one. So led out by Hannah Walters, followed by Maddie Douglas Savage. Then it'll be Golding, Seock and Vaughan. So 1 lap down. Everyone happy with their place so far? So gold, silver and bronze to be decided here in this race. It's still Walters on the front, followed by Douglas Savage, by Golding, Seock and Vaughan. 1 more lap behind the Derny and then it'll be handed over to Hannah Walters. You can see the difference in the smaller gearing that our under 15s use. So the Derny rolls off and Hannah Walters on the front. She's followed by Maddie Douglas Savage. Sienna Golding looking to get some height from the boards. This is a cagey affair. 3 medals to be decided. It's Douglas Savage in the sprinters lane, followed by Seock side by side with Walters and Golding. Then it's Elise Vaughan as they've got 2 laps to go now. Sienna Golding looking to get to the front. Seock gets the elbows out, but Maddie Douglas Savage having a great ride down the back straight. Absolutely thumping it down the back straight into turn 3 and 4. They'll get the bell this time around. Maddie Douglas Savage absolutely going for it. So Douglas Savage, Seock, Golding. So they head into the back straight. Seock finds a gap. She goes through. She comes up on the outside of Maddie Douglas Savage. Maddie Douglas Savage absolutely killing it around 3 and 4. Maddie went for it with 2 to go. Down the front straight. Sienna Golding, Aaron Seock, and then I think it might have been Maddie. We'll wait for confirmation on that one. But it was Sienna Golding with the win over Aaron. As everyone looks to the scoreboard, there were some big cheers for Maddie Douglas Savage. That was a big move. Pedal to the metal for 2 laps. Next up, we'll have our Masters 1 to 3 final. Again, with some medals to be decided. Com's having a good look at that photo finish. There's the result. Maddie Douglas Savage takes the bronze. Well done, Maddie. Aaron Seock in the silver and Sienna Golding. She'll collect the gold. Right now, though, we move to our Masters 1 to 3. On the front will be Phil Byron. No, sorry, that'll be Brad Davis in number 1. Followed by Phil Byron. In third wheel, that looks like Nelson Andrado. Then it'll be Adam Clark and Peter Ransom. What an exciting under 15 women's final that was as we move into our Masters 1 to 3 final. So Brad Davis will lead it out over Byron Philp, Nelson Andrado, then Adam Clark and Peter Ransom. So Byron Philp in Masters 1, Peter Ransom and Nelson Andrado in Masters 2, Brad Davis and Adam Clark in Masters 3. So Brad Davis on the front. There's 2 laps nearly complete behind the Derny. Davis, Philp, Andrado, Clark and Ransom. Round they come. Derny will roll off this time around. They'll be let out by the man from Bundy, Brad Davis. It's Andrado. He's gone with a long-range attack. Nelson Andrado's gone from lap 3. Brad Davis chasing him down. Adam Clark with a bit of work to do now, though. But it's Nelson Andrado down the front straight with 2 to go. Andrado, Davis, Clark, Ransom, Philp. Down the back straight now, Davis is caught back up to Andrado. Round he goes, around 3 and 4. Clark's going to come with Davis into the front straight. Andrado went early. Now it's Davis and Clark around the outside. Clark sits up a little bit as they go down the back straight. Brad Davis bearing it, but Adam Clark steamrolls around the outside of Brad Davis. Then it comes Ransom, then Andrado and Philp. Adam Clark across the line, followed by Davis, Ransom, Andrado. So Andrado went early. They caught him with a lap to go. Next up will be our Masters 4 final. So no different gradings for these. This is just flat out gold, silver and bronze. So good ride there from Adam Clark. There's the result. Clark, Davis, Ransom in third, Andrado and Philp. So now men's Masters 4. On the front, Sean Crossman. Then it looks like Matty Wynn. Then Peter Meares. Then Simon Wallace. And Anthony Lane. Sorry, excuse me. Non-starters, Chris Lang and Clayton Ive. So Crossman will lead this one, followed by Win, Meares, Wallace and Lane. As they roll around, so it'll be Crossman, Win, Meares, Wallace and Lane. See Holly Kemp's on the infield. Thumbs up, his crew's okay? Kinda, yeah. Living life on the edge, that young man. Oh, he's here, so that's good news. Good to see Cruz back here. So Crossman, Win, Meares, Wallace and Lane. All right, so it's Crossman on the front as Felicity Liang gets down to Neil Diamond. So Crossman, Win, Meares, Wallace and Lane. So still Crossman on the front. So this is for gold, silver and bronze. Meares looks around, sees Anthony Lane coming. That's dangerous. Meares opens up the pedals down the back straight. Now it's Meares and Lane, the UQ teammates. They'll come through to get the bell. Following Wallace in third. Wallace looking dangerous behind Anthony Lane. But Meares opens up the afterburners down the back straight. Peter Meares opens it into turn 3 and 4. He's got time. Meares looks under the shoulders across the line. Number 1 for Peter Meares, followed by Wallace and Lane. Pete will enjoy that one. Good job there. Wallace coming in for the silver. Lane in third. Good win from Peter Meares. Next up, our men's Masters 5. On the front, that'll be Sean Wilson. Next to him, Chris Weir. Ray Smith up there, John Eder up there. Let's wait for a few other riders. Paul Stevens moves into third wheel. He'll be next to Glenn Catherall. Got Jay Doroboom on the list, but I think he's in a different Masters final. As our riders head off. So it'll be Sean Wilson on the front, followed by Weir. So Weir followed by Paul Stevens. Then it'll be Catherall, Ray Smith and John Eder. As they roll around with 4 laps to go, one more behind the Derny. Sean Wilson still in the front, followed by Chris Weir. Then it'll be Paul Stevens, Catherall, Smith and Eder. So Durney rolls off. So Wilson rolls through with Weir. Stevens on his wheel. Now John Eder making his way around the outside of Ray Smith. But still in control at the front. It's going to be Sean Wilson. Now John Eder makes his move with 2 laps to go. He moves to the front. Opens up a gap straight away to Sean Wilson as they come around into the front, back straight. So John Eder and Wilson have gone together. Now Ray Smith coming around the outside of Stevens. So John Eder goes. He's got Wilson for company. Ray Smith and Chris Weir now. They start to go, but it's John Eder down the back straight, followed by Wilson. Eder out of the saddle. He opens up a small gap to Wilson. John Eder from Ipswich. He comes around turn 3 and 4. Eder will win, followed by Wilson, and Chris Weir will come across for third. So good win there from John Eder. Sean Wilson will take home the silver. Chris Weir coming across the line to get the third. All right, moving on to our men's Masters 6 to 7 final. Now we'll see Jay Dorraboom. Next to him will be Graham Ward, followed by Scott Slade. Then be Bruce Ward. In there as well, looks like Sharon McGuigan. It's like Julie Barnett there, the number 52. And David O'Connell in there, in that zebra kit. So Dorraboom will lead this one out. Dorraboom by Ward, Slade, Ward, McGuigan, O'Connell and Barnett. Lucky to have up with me in the booth at the moment, young Henry Richardson. Henry, your brother's been racing already today. You're not on the track yet, but how do you think Paddy went?
I think he went good.
Think he went good? I think he's doing tremendously well. First year under 15. He's got a long way to go. I love that new green helmet he's done. He's just finished primary school. So he's vice captain. Are you going to try and do the same thing when you get to grade 6?
Yeah, probably.
Nice. What grade are you in now?
I'm in grade 3.
Grade 3, perfect. All right, as our race goes on, we'll see you out on the road this season. You're doing well, mate, and good luck to your brother. All right, as Jay Dorraboom leads them out. Thank you. So Jay Dorraboom, followed by Ward, followed by Slade. Julie Barnett's made her way up in the 4th wheel, followed by Ward, O'Connell and McGuigan as they roll through. So Jay Dorraboom in control. Scotty Slade comes around the outside. He wants a piece of this, but Dorraboom's had enough with a lap and a half to go. Dorraboom absolutely charges, opens up 10 metres in 2 seconds. Dorraboom gets the bell. Through he goes. Dorraboom, Slade, Ward, O'Connell, Ward, Barnett and McGuigan fighting it out at the back, but it's all Jay Dorraboom at the front, so Dorraboom through. We look to the back. Dorraboom goes across the line. Now Scott Slade, he's down the front straight. Dorraboom Velodrome, Slade, and then Ward come across the line. All right, thank you. Wait, what road was it? Yep. Yep. Oh, down near the police station. Yep. Oh, yep. Yeah, gotcha. Yep. Oh. Yep. Yep. No, so just a general announcement, Tilly Road, there's a red Kia Rego 313 KH8. If that's yours, it's actually going underwater. Looks like the pond out there has broken its banks, and there's a few cars around that entry down there by the BMX track. If you've got a car down there, it probably might be time to go and rescue it. But red Kia 313 KH8, your car is up with water over the wheels. Next up, our men's masters 8 to 10 Keirin final. Kerry Henderson will lead this one out, followed by Lewis Marshall, Keith Ham, Steve Mayman, and from the sunny coast, Richard Watson. So Kerry Henderson showing the boys how it's done. She'll lead out from the front. She'll be followed by Lewis Marshall. Then the hamster, Keith Ham. Then around the outside, Stevie Mayman and Richard Watson. So Stevie going to go up nice and close to Kerry Henderson. Steve Mayman jumps in behind the Derny. Kerry Henderson happy to give that place up. So Mayman on the front, followed by Henderson, Watson, Marshall and Ham. Derny will come in this time around, and it'll be Steve Mayman will inherit the lead, and he's going to jump straight from the gun. So Mayman, followed by Henderson, Watson needing to go around the outside with Marshall, hamster off the back. So Steve Mayman into 3 and 4. Richard Watson chasing him down. Steve Mayman's going to try and take this long range. So Mayman now Marshall around the outside of Watson. So Marshall trying to catch up to Mayman now as they all come together down the back straight with 1.5 to go. Kerry Henderson and then Keith Ham. So Mayman on the front. They get the bell. So Mayman, Marshall, Watson. Now Steve Mayman kicks again as they head around 1 and 2. Henderson across the line. Keith Ham coming down the front straight. Round they go, and it's Marshall. Goes around the outside of Mayman out of 3 and 4. So it'll be Marshall 1, Mayman 2, and Watson into 3. So good riding there. Kerry Henderson will roll through, as will Keith Ham. Next up, heading into our elite men final. Some big hitters in this one. Byron Davies, Ronan Munro, Ryan Elliott, Josh Nixon, Declan Trezise, Harry Schoff and Liam Walsh. On the front, Josh Nixon from UQ, he'll lead it out. In spot number 2, the unmistakable Byron Davies. Then it looks like it might be Ryan Elliott, followed by Declan Trezise, Ronan Munro. So it'll be Nixon, Davies, Elliott, Trezise, Munro and Walsh. So 1 lap down. So still Nixon on the front, followed by Davies, Elliott, Trezise, Munro and Walsh. 2 laps down on the Derny. 2 more to go. So Nixon, Davies leading a bit of a gap. If we remember to Bundaberg a couple of years ago, Davies got relegated for leaving too much of a gap. Now from the back, we start to see Walsh winding it up. Now Nixon, he's inherited the lead, sees he's got clean air, but it's Walsh, he wants to go from the back. He wants to make the big sprinters work for it. Munro's going to go, Walsh as well. So Davies looking at Walsh at the top as they start to roll through. Nixon goes, Davies goes, Elliott goes, they're all in there. Oh, a bit of argy-bargy, Walsh down. Byron Davies at the front, followed by Elliott and Munro. But it's Byron Davies will come through. Got the bell. Byron Davies, Elliott, Munro, Nixon. Byron Davies opens up the afterburners, but look at Elliott come through. Elliott down the back straight as they come around turn 3 and 4. Ryan Elliott down the front straight will take the win over Davies. Munro will come in for 3rd, followed by Nixon in 4th. Good win there from Ryan Elliott coming over the top of Byron Davies. Then Munro coming in for a good 3rd. Liam Walsh with a fall on turn 1 and 2. So good to see Walsh back up on his feet. That was a big hit going into turn 1. Slid up the track and then down. Commissaire's just checking to make sure the track is all good. Next up, we're going to have our 7-12 final for our under-15 boys. Paddy Richardson, Felix Henderson, Aidan Parslow and Ethan Lee. So in the front spot, that looks like it'll be Felix Henderson. Next to him, his Balmoral teammate Paddy Richardson. From Ipswich, Ethan Lee. And then in 4th from Hamilton Wheelers, Aidan Parslow. Okay, as our riders are lined up, looks like there needs to be a few track repairs. So we'll just delay the start just momentarily. water bottle, he goes, "Did you see that crash?" Oh, no, mate, I was somewhere else. So Commissaire's just doing a final check of the track. Aaron Liang putting his construction skills to work. So we line up our riders once more. So on the front, Felix Henderson, followed by Paddy Richardson, Ethan Lee, and Aidan Parslow. So this will be our 7 to 10 final of our under 15 boys. Feels like it's been a big day already, and we've still got all our points race state championships coming up. So if you've ever thought about becoming a commissaire, you need to submit your resume on construction skills, how to place tape on a track and do track inspections. As Michael patches up the last, need to make sure the track is safe. Any sharp edges or gouges or any splinters sticking up can mean disaster for a rider. All right, looks like we might be nearly ready to go. So Lise Benjamin just checking the riders are ready to go. All right, as Aderney rolls off from the back straight. It'll be Felix Henderson, Paddy Richardson, Ethan Lee, and Aidan Parslow. As the Aderney rolls through, he'll pick up Felix Henderson. So Aaron Liang doing the Aderney duties for us today. After we finish our Keirin finals, we'll head straight into our points racing. So around they come, lap one already done. So Henderson, Richardson, Lee and Parslow. It's our 7 to 10 final. Will be straight away, we'll go to our gold final. So we roll through 2 laps round behind the Aderney. No one changing places just yet, so it's still Henderson, Richardson, Lee and Parslow. So Dooney will roll off. Felix Henderson will inherit the lead. So still Henderson, Richardson, Lee, and Parslow. So everyone just starting to look around. So Parslow stalking from the back. Lee barely looking forward. He's keeping a good eye on Aidan Parslow. Parslow rolls in underneath, but it's Richardson who starts the sprint off. Richardson comes through. He goes over the top of Henderson. Now Ethan Lee comes around the outside. He's got Parslow for company. Really pushing it down the back straight now. Ethan Lee, he's opened up a small gap to Parslow, but Parslow winding him back in as they go into 3 and 4. Ethan Lee from Ipswich. He might hold on. Parslow coming around the outside. Ethan Lee with a final kick to the line just over Parslow, Richardson and Henderson. So on to our gold final for our under 15 men. On the front, Flynn Jensen, followed by Cam Franks, Riley Dixon, Henry Velasquez, Jacob Cork and Harley Bradshaw. So Dooney rolls off from the back straight. Georgia, is that from over there, the swimming? Is that from the swimming? So very nice, in the Velodrome, the canteen over at the swimming centre is open if you want some food. So on the front, Flynn Jensen behind the Dooney, followed by Franks, Dixon, Velasquez, Cork and Bradshaw. So one lap down. This is our gold final. Flynn Jensen starting to look around. No one moving yet. Everyone happy in their position. It's come around, 2 laps done behind the Dooney. One more and Aaron Liang will roll off and hand the lead over to Flynn Jensen. So still Jensen, Franks, Dixon, Velasquez, Cork and Bradshaw. So as the Dooney rolls off, Cam Franks goes to the front. Flynn Jensen looking to go a little bit further back in the bunch. He's found Riley Dixon's wheel. So Franks on the front. Franks and Dixon then side by side, Velasquez and Jensen. Then it's Bradshaw and Cork. 1.5 laps to go in this under 15 men Keirin final for the state championship. Flynn Jensen, the first one to blink. He starts the sprint. Cam Franks goes, Dixon's goes. Harley Bradshaw goes down the back straight. They're all down. Dixon goes over the top of Franks. Now Bradshaw and Jensen. They've come up to Cam Franks into the front straight. As they roll down the front, Dixon rolls through, followed by Franks and Bradshaw. So good win there from Riley Dixon. Turned the power off, getting close to the line. He's followed through by Cam Franks. And taking home the bronze will be Harley Bradshaw. Now a 7-9 final for our under-17 women. It'll be Buckley, Jonsdottir and Henwood. Buckley just missing out on going through to the gold final. Good sprint to the line with Grace Hunter. Grace coming out on top. But now it's Chloe Buckley, Lilia Jonsdottir and Darcy Henwood. So the ladies look like they're pretty happy. Chloe Buckley behind the Derny. One more lap to go behind the Derny. So Chloe Buckley still behind the Derny, followed by Jonsdottir and Henwood. Derny rolls off. Chloe Buckley from Cairns Cycling Club, she inherits the lead. So head down the back straight. Buckley, Jonsdottir and Henwood. Two laps to go. So Chloe Buckley still on the front, followed by Jonsdottir and Henwood. They'll get the bell this time around. There's the bell. Buckley goes. She's straight out of the saddle. Opens up a small gap over Jonsdottir, but she's still there. Jonsdottir down the back straight. She's trying to come around the outside of Chloe Buckley. Buckley accelerates a little bit more, keeps Jonsdottir up high. Then it's Henwood, but Chloe Buckley down the front straight will take 7th, 8th to Jonsdottir and 9th to Henwood. Next up, our under-17 gold final. So on the front will be Bella Potts. And second wheel, Ava Robbins. There in third, be Grace Hunter. Fourth wheel will be Monteith. Then Gibbs and Paddy. So the Derny rolls around. So Potts, Robbins, Hunter, Monteith, Gibbs and Paddy. Grace Hunter, the only rider not from Balmoral in this final. So Grace Hunter from Hamilton Wheelers. So no change so far, but Monteith wants to make her way close to the front. Gibbs and Paddy will go with her. They'll go 2 wide into 3 and 4 following the Derny around. Still with 1 more lap to go behind the Derny. Potts still on the front. Robbins finds herself boxed in a little bit there by Monteith. Gibbs coming around the outside now as well. Hunter in 3rd wheel on the inside line as Robbins accelerates a little bit, trying to find some space to get away. Nowhere there so far. Monteith around the outside. A lot of strategy involved in Keirin racing. Paddy comes around the outside. 2.5 to go. So Robbins soft pedaling a little bit. She might have to go out the back and then around. Found herself very boxed in. Now she's got Gibbs shoulder to shoulder. 1.5 laps to go as Hunter comes around the outside. Robbins just trying to find some space to go. She's got nowhere to go. It's a very, very tight bunch as they go into the front straight. Now Robbins finds space. She goes. Potts and Monteith go with her, but Robbins muscles her way out of being boxed in down the back straight. So it's Robbins, Potts, now Monteith, and Gibbs trying to go over the top. Grace Hunter with a late charge, but Ava Robbins will come through. Robbins, Potts, Monteith. So play the patient game. Ava Robbins found a way, got a gap, and went with it.
Do you want me to come back 15 minutes earlier then? Or you got something else? I'm back on for...
So confirmation of results: Robbins, Potts, Monteith, Gibbs, Hunter and Paddy. Okay, a 7-12 final. On the front, Ollie Jordan. In 2nd wheel, Lockie Chamberlain. In 3rd wheel, Hunter Davis. In 4th, Felix Crossman. Then we got Jack Parker and Larkins. As the Derny rolls through, it'll be Ollie Jordan will lead this one out, followed by Lockie Chamberlain, Hunter Davis, Felix Crossman, Jack Parker and Flynn Larkins. So no changes allowed on the first lap. So roll through, Larkins starts to make his move around towards the front. This is our 7-12 final. Larkins moving around the outside of Crossman. Hunter Davis having a bit of a look around. It's Ollie Jordan still on the front, followed by Chamberlain. 2 laps down behind the Derny as the tempo comes up. So Hunter Davis having a good look around to see where Larkins is. He's side by side with Crossman as the Derny rolls off. It's Jordan, Chamberlain, Davis, Larkins, Crossman and Parker into the back straight. 2.5 to go now. Jordan on the front, Parker going around the outside. Larkins holds him up. So they go side by side down the front straight. Larkins over the top of Davis. He goes next to Chamberlain. Jordan looks around, sees Larkins there. Now down the back straight, they start to increase the tempo. Jordan and Larkins on the front, side by side. They've got Lachlan Chamberlain boxed in. There's the bell. Out of the saddle for Jordan, seated for Larkins. Now Crossman coming around the outside. Larkins falls back, so it's Jordan, Chamberlain, Davis and Crossman. Larkins now in fifth. Ollie Jordan, though, from start to finish down the front straight. Jordan, Chamberlain, Davis, Crossman, Larkins and Parker. Next up, our 17 gold final. On the front, Harry Dowling. In second, Will Emilias. Then we've got Tucker, Dusha, Taylor and Schoff. So a gold final. As the Dooney rolls through, so Dowling, Emilias, Tucker, Dusha, Taylor and Schoff. This will be a good battle between our under 17 men. To roll through, Harry Dowling behind the Dooney, followed by Will Emilias, followed by George Tucker, Bodie Dusha, Eli Taylor and Oscar Schoff. So roll through, 2 laps down behind the Dooney now. So the tempo of the Dooney increases. Schoff makes his move around the outside of Dusha. Half a lap to go behind the Dooney. So Dowling inherits the lead. Emilias keeping a good eye on George Tucker. Emilias finds a gap to go around the outside of Dowling. So Emilias onto the front, Dowling back on his wheel, Tucker looking casual around the outside, looks around, sees Taylor coming. Schoff is there as well. Taylor going to get some height. He's going to dive down the back straight with 1.5 to go. So Taylor making a big move, but Schoff holding him up high. Emilias and Tucker on the front. Emilias goes, Tucker goes, Dusha goes with them. So Dusha has got Oscar Schoff on his right-hand side. Down the back straight, it's Emilias, followed by Tucker. Schoff trying to get around the outside of Dusha as they come through. Will Emilias. Emilias will take the win, followed by Tucker and Schoff just over the top of Dusha. So good win there from Will Emilias. Georgie Tucker pushed in the whole way. Bodie Dusha just missing out on bronze. That was snatched away by Oscar Schoff. Then a good race there from the Hamilton Wheelers boys of Dowling and Taylor. So confirmation, Emilias, Tucker, Schoff, Dusha, Taylor and Dowling. Moving on to our under 19 women's final. Maddie Smith will be on the front. Next to her will be Indy Plant. Then Olivia Wright. Then Bradshaw. Then Victoria Smith. And Ella Liang. So Dooney rolls around. It'll be Maddie Smith from the Gold Coast will lead this one through. She'll be followed by Indiana Plant from UQ, followed by Olivia Wright, Milan Bradshaw, Victoria Smith and Ella Liang. So 1 lap behind the Dooney. Doesn't look like anyone's looking to change just yet. Maddie Smith, Indy Plant, Olivia Wright, and as I say that, Ella Liang cruises on by on the outside. She goes up behind Olivia Wright. Milan Bradshaw will settle onto Liang's wheel. Victoria Smith, she's gone up behind Olivia. So it's still Maddie Smith on the front though. She's in control as Dooney will roll in this time around. Maddie starts to look around. Indy Plant right there. Olivia's going to have a blast around the outside. Indy's going to go. Vic Smith going as well. They're all out of the saddle. So it's Olivia Wright who kicked this one off. And Olivia Wright's dragging Victoria Smith. Now Ella Liang with a move around the outside of Maddie Smith. With a lap and a half to go, Ella Liang turns on the afterburners down there around the outside of Victoria Smith. Bradshaw going to try and go with her. She's shoulder to shoulder with Smith, but it's Liang's. Victoria Smith, Olivia Wright. Now Bradshaw coming around the outside of Olivia, but out the front it's Ella Liang. Ella Liang, Victoria Smith, Milan Bradshaw. Ella Liang with a convincing win down the front straight. So Ella Liang with the win, followed by Victoria Smith and Milan Bradshaw. So confirmation, Ella Liang in number 1, taking the gold, followed by Victoria Smith, Milan Bradshaw, Maddie Smith, Olivia Wright and Indy Plant. So next up, our 7 to 12 final for our under-19 men. So on the front of this one will be Keely Kitkovics, followed by Holzberger, Douglas Savage, Argent and Smalley. So as Dooney rolls off the back, it'll be Keely Kitkovics will be the man behind the Dooney, ridden by Aaron Liang. That'll be Will Holzberger from Bundy, followed by Zach Douglas Savage, followed by Nate Argent and Keirin Smalley. So around they come as Kedkovics has a look around, see if anyone's coming. This is our 7 to 12 final. So Kedkovics, Holzberger, Douglas Savage, Argent, and Smalley. Two laps down behind the Derny, one to go. All right, the Derny rolls off. Keely Kedkovics will inherit the lead. So Keely, as they all roll up, they all follow Will Holzberger up to the stayers line. Keely kicks with 2 laps to go. So Keely, Holzberger, Nate Argent, he gets out of the saddle. He wants to kick around. Just missed out on the gold final, so Nate Argent comes around for the bell. He leads them across the line, so it's Argent, Holzberger, Douglas Savage, Kedkovics and Smalley. But Nate Argent charging down the back straight. Nate Argent around 3 and 4. Has a look under his shoulder. Nate Argent across the line, followed by Holzberger, Douglas Savage, Kedkovics and Smalley. So our gold final for our under-19 men on the front, we Seb Topping, followed by Toby Jones, Tom Waits, Lockie Walters, Mitch Louis, and Chris Mullins. So our under-19 gold final. As the Derny rolls off from the back straight. They get the whistle, and it'll be Seb Topping will be the one to lead them through. So Topping, Jones, Waits, Walters, Louis, and Mullins. So they roll around, so 1.5 laps complete behind the Derny, 1.5 to go before Seb Topping inherits the lead. So Topping, Jones, Waits, Walters, Louis and Mullins. So as the Derny's off, Seb Topping looks around. He's got the lead now. As Mitch Louis looks around, looks straight into the eyes of Chris Mullins. So Topping, Jones, Waits around the outside, Walters in behind Topping. Mitch Louis starting to wind it up now. He's got Mullins for company. But at the front, Toby Jones going to go long range. Mitch Louis needing to get around the outside. They'll get the bell this time around. Mitch Louis around the outside of all of them. Mitch Louis around the outside. He gets around Jones. Down the back straight, Toby Jones slots into second wheel. So Mitch Louis around 3 and 4. Mitch Louis with the head down. Louis, Jones, and then Waits. Big move from Mitch Louis coming into the front straight on the bell lap. Went around the outside of everybody. So good win there from Mitch Louis. In second, Toby Jones, and then Tom Waits. So moving on to our elite women final. So on to the front for our elite women final. Lauren Perry, she'll take up number 1 spot. She'll be followed by McGowan. And a whole cast of hard hitters. To be Lauren Perry, Courtney McGowan. Then it'll be Emma Stevens. Then Kalinda Robinson. So behind Kalinda, that'll be Sophie Watts. Then Sandra Stoy. And that might be Moss, Laurelie Moss. So as they roll around, so it's still Lauren Perry on the front, followed by McGowan. Then we have Stevens and Robinson. Sandra Stoy starting to make her way around. So Lauren Perry inherits the lead now. Small gap to Stevens behind McGowan. Around the outside though, Moss making a move. She had a good night last night. So Lauren Perry looks around. Then Sophie Watts making a big move around the outside of Perry down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. So it's Sophie Watts into the front with a bell lap. So it's Watts, Perry, and then Stevens. So Watts on a charge. Stevens coming around the outside. Lauren Perry out of the saddle as they come through. But it's still going to be Sophie Watts leading into the front straight. So Sophie Watts pushing to the line. Watts, Perry, and then Stevens. So confirmation of the results, Sophie Watts will take the gold, followed by Lauren Perry, Emma Stevens, Kalinda Robinson, Sandra Stoy, Laurelie Moss and Courtney McGowan. Agree with Felicity Liang, that was a cracking race. On to our combined 7 to 12 final for our under 19s and Masters women. Coming up into the number 1 spot will be Julie Barnett, followed by Kerry Henderson. It'll be Chloe Bowen and Hannah Parton. Following this, we head into our next round of state championships. We go straight to our under 15 points race. So Barnett will lead out Henderson, Bowen and Parton. So 1 lap done, Julie Barnett still on the front, followed by Kerry Henderson, Chloe Bowen and Hannah Parton. So no change, but Hannah Parton from Bundaberg, she wants to get up closer to Julie Barnett. Julie, a world champion. So as the Derny rolls off, Julie Barnett will go in the lead. Hannah Parton now on Julie's wheel, then Bowen, then Henderson. So as we start to get cagey at the front with Julie Barnett, they'll have 2 to go this time around. So Barnett, Parton, Bowen and Henderson. So Julie Barnett gets the bell, but it's Hannah Parton who wants to start things off. Julie just keeps an eye on Hannah down the back straight as Julie starts to wind up that gear as Chloe Bowen makes a move around the outside. So now it's Bowen and Barnett. Julie Barnett having to wind up that big gear, but Chloe had the momentum. So Chloe Bowen with the win over Julie Barnett, Hannah Parton and Kerry Henderson. So that concludes our Keirin championships. We'll have presentations later on. Stephen Richardson just scratching his brain, knowing he's got a lot of points to add up. So 30 laps for our points race, a sprint every 10. 5 points for first across the line, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth. So on our start list, Hannah Walters. Maddie Douglas-Savage, Aaron Seock, Sienna Golding, Elise Vaughan, they're under 15 girls. For the boys, Paddy Richardson, Flynn Jensen, Felix Henderson, Henry Velasquez, Cam Franks, Riley Dixon, Aidan Parslow, Jacob Cork, Jake Mooling, Ethan Lee, Matt Shitkowski and Harley Bradshaw. Commissaires give the whistle, they're happy. Elise Vaughan having trouble with her saddle down the back straight. So Jack Muelling and Matt Shitkowski, non-starters for this one. So even tempo at the front, Paddy Richardson and Maddie Douglas-Savage. Maddie with a great sprint in her Keirin final, taking home the bronze. So they roll up and onto the front. Goes a very familiar face and a fast young man, Cam Franks. He flicks it over to Harley Bradshaw. So sprints at 20, 10 and 0. Now it's Felix Henderson. Hands it over to Ethan Lee. Having a look out the top, Paddy Richardson maybe wanting to go long range. But on the front, Ethan Lee, he controls the tempo now. Now Felix Henderson to the front. He's got Aaron Seock there. Sienna Golding not far from Aaron. Everyone looking pretty comfortable out there so far. So out the front, Paddy Richardson, Felix Henderson and Ethan Lee, all in their first year of under 15s. The whole pack follows them. So they roll on through. So no change at the front. Elise Vaughan looks like she dropped off the back and now is going to rejoin the bunch. Not sure what happened there. I didn't see what happened for Elise to be dropped off the back. So they all roll around. She was having trouble with her saddle on that first lap, so maybe a mechanical lap out. So they roll through with 23 laps to go. They'll get the bell in 2 laps' time. So Aidan Parslow makes his way towards the front now, as does Jacob Cork. Elise Vaughan there as well. Next time round, they'll get the bell for their first sprint. Now Cam Frank starts to wind it up. So Cam leads it out, followed by Riley Dixon, Ethan Lee, Sienna Golding there as well. Jacob Cork trying to make his way around. Aaron Seock there. But it's Riley Dixon, eases his way to the front over the top of Cam Franks. We've got a fast charger, Jacob Cork, coming around the outside. Riley, Jacob, Cam and Sienna, I think, might be the order of that. We'll wait to get confirmation of the results. So confirmation of the results, Riley Dixon gets 5, Jacob Cork with 3, Cam on 2 and Sienna Golding on 1. So Sienna Golding's decided she's going to go on with it. Wants to make sure she's got the under 15 women's points race sewn up as Aaron Seock in the chasing pack flicks the elbow. So out the front, Sienna Golding's got herself a tidy little lead going into turn 3 and 4. I'd say that'd be close to 60 or 70 metres for Sienna Golding. with 6 laps before the next bell. Now Aiden Parslow and Henry Velasquez. They want to close that gap. That might be someone very good to work with out the front. And suddenly all the Chargers who didn't get points on the first one want to chase. Harley Bradshaw in there, Hannah Walters, but it's all Sienna Golding from Ipswich at the front. Gap is closed. Aiden Parslow doing all the work at the front. So Jacob Cork trying to recover. He got 3 points at the last sprint. As Sienna went on with it, and she looks around, 4 laps till the next bell. Now Hannah Walters, she knows she's got to try and chase that down. Elise Vaughan going to try and go with her as Hannah Walters opens up a small gap over Elise, but they're closing in very quickly on Golding. Hannah Walters and Sienna Golding, that could be a good combo at the front if they want to go on with it. Walters kicks again. Golding gets onto her wheel. 14 laps to go. Walters did a lot of work, now Golding goes. Golding doesn't want any passengers, she wants to go by herself. Walters did all of that work to try and catch up, and then Golding took a quick respite and took off again. So it's still Golding out the front, followed by Walters. 2 laps until the next bell. Now Franks goes. Dixon sees that. He's straight out of the saddle to go. Jensen trying to go from the mid-pack. But out the front, Hannah Walters looks around. She's going to wait for the pack. Golding. 2 laps till the next sprint. They'll get the bell next time round. Franks leads through Dixon and Parslow. They're followed by Bradshaw as Hannah Walters gets swallowed up in the pack. So Sienna Golding looks around. She'll get the bell, but she sees a fast-charging pack coming. So Franks burying himself down the front straight. Franks, Dixon, Parslow, Bradshaw, Jensen. Golding will jump on the back of that train. Jensen just slipping off the back of Bradshaw a little bit as they come round 3 and 4. So Riley Dixon, he's going to come through. I think it was Dixon, Parslow, Franks and Bradshaw. Wait for confirmation on that one. It's definitely Riley Dixon taking another 5 points. So Dixon, Parslow getting himself 3 points, followed by Franks and Bradshaw. So now Golding goes again. Douglas Savage just going a lap down now. Now Dixon goes. He's going to try and IP the next 7.5 laps. Who can go with him? Everyone trying to respond, but no one has the legs to go with him at the moment. Riley Dixon wants to make a clean sweep of the points race. As Dixon opens up a gap of about 40 metres over Golding. Aiden Parslow, the only one to go and give a chase proper. He opens up a gap of over Golding. So Riley Dixon on the front, he's got about 20 metres or 30 metres over Parslow. He's got about another 20 over Golding. As now they all start to look around as Parslow and Dixon disappear into the distance with 5.5 to go. So still on the front, that'll be Riley Dixon. Parslow with a super effort. He's going to get back onto Dixon's wheel. Great move there from young Parslow. Now the chasing pack, that's going to be led by Franks. As they come around, Parslow's got onto Dixon now, onto 3 and 4. So Parslow and Dixon, they can work together. Cam Franks leading the chase. Now Ethan Lee. Parslow flicks the elbow. Dixon goes through with 4 laps to go. Then it's Ethan Lee, Harley Bradshaw around the front. They've got about 70 or 80 metres over the chasing pack. Riley Dixon and Aiden Parslow. Aiden Parslow with a great chase. This will secure his second position if they can keep this gap. So it's still Parslow and Dixon on the front, now giving chase. Sienna Golding decides to go with 3 laps to go. Parslow rolls up. Dixon goes into the front. They've got 2 laps to go, 500 metres. They've got about just under half a lap. Gap over the chasing pack, led by Ethan Lee. Parslow to the front as Dixon rolls up. 2 laps to go for the chasing pack, 1.5 to go for Parslow and Dixon. As Parslow leads in Dixon into the final lap, they'll get the bell this time around. The impetus gone out of the chasing pack. Cam Franks goes around the outside. Parslow and Dixon start to look at each other. They've got a big enough gap. Cam Franks has opened up, but it's Dixon over the top of Parslow on the back straight. Dixon looks like he'll come through for another win. Franks gets away from the pack. Riley Dixon cruises through. He'll take the win and a clean sweep, followed by Parslow with a monster move to close that down, followed by Franks. And just with a sneak attack over the top, Flynn Jensen. How lucky are we up in the commentary booth at the moment? He's got legs of steel, but apparently can't win an arm wrestle. Peter Meares, absolute legend from the UQ Cycling Club and the most passionate cyclist out there. You just had your Keirin final, Pete. How did that go for you?
Yeah, it was a little bit hard, but anyway, a few little hit outs and blow it all up and try and get that first place. And yeah, it was a great win.
So you had to kick pretty hard down that back straight, but you kept it all under control. You came across the start-finish line with your number 1 in the air. It's becoming your trademark, mate. You're looking good. Are you in the points races later on, or is the Keirin the finish for the day?
The Keirin is the finish for the day. So yeah, next weekend, Tassie.
Tassie next weekend for Pete, and then we'll see him again back at AMV at the end of January, where we start doing our flying 200 sprints and some of the TT efforts. So well done, Pete. Well-deserved gold. We'll see you down there for Prezos later on.
Thank you very much. We'll see you next year.
Good on you as we head into our under-17 women. Our under-17 women points race. On the front at the moment, Chloe Buckley. So now Sienna Monteith in that pink helmet. Gibbs rolls through. Then it's Hunter. Very, very good race for our under-15s. We'll get confirmation of all the results, but we know Riley Dixon was definitely up there. Cam Franks and Aidan Parslow tied on 6 points each. We'll see how that comes out in the wash. So it's Chloe Buckley onto the front now, followed by Monteith, followed by Paddy, followed by Potts, followed by Gibbs, Hunter, Henshaw, and then rolling around is Ava Robbins. 50 laps, so 5 sprints. So Grace Hunter to the front now. Ava Robbins rolls through. So a bunch of points on offer. Don't see Lilia Jonsdottir out there at the moment. So 8 riders. So Lilia not starting this one. Gibbs flicks the elbow. Grace Hunter through to the front with 45 laps to go. Robbins into the lead. Chloe Buckley on the front now as she has a look around. She flicks it over to Darcy Henwood. Henwood rolls up. She hands it over to Monteith. Monteith rolls through. April Paddy April just with a bit of an extra kick, just upping the tempo a little bit. Then it's back to Robbins. So the girls, very clever racing, very cagey. They all know each other very, very, very well. As Potts rolls up, as does Gibbs. Into the front now, Grace Hunter. Henwood moves to the front as they all go up to the stayers line following Grace Hunter and Michaela Gibbs. They'll get the bell next time round. Monteith is going to go long range. As Hunter was looking right, Monteith came from the left. Down the back straight, so Monteith, Robbins. Then it's Paddy, Hunter, Gibbs and Potts. There's the bell as they all start to roll through. Our first sprint for our under-17 women. Now Potts around the outside. That's with a good, powerful move around the outside. Robbins looking to collect points, but it's Robbins charging around the outside. She'll have the momentum in the front straight. It'll be Bella Potts and then Ava Robbins. Just get clarification for third and fourth. But a great move from Bella Potts. She had all the momentum coming around turn 4. Just pipped Robbins on the line. So you go Potts, Robbins, Monteith and Paddy. So as they come around, 38 laps to go. 4 more sprints. Fast charging pack as Henwood's dropped off the back a little bit now. But Isabella Potts, having won that first sprint, is in the lead of the race. So Grace Hunter on the front, followed by Robbins. Then it's Paddy Monteith. Sienna Monteith kicking off that first sprint. She came home for third. As Michaela Gibbs rolls up, she hands it over to Balmoral teammate Ava Robbins. Now from Cairns, Chloe Buckley onto the front. So Bella Potts, the winner of the first sprint, she's on the front, flicks the elbow. Grace Hunter comes through. Then it's Paddy. Paddy flicks the elbow for Monteith. Gibbs now flicks up the track. She hands it over to Robbins. Robbins immediately flicks the elbow and rolls up. Buckley rolls through. 34 laps to go. Next bell lap in 3 laps time. As Bella Potts goes nice and high, can she replicate the move from earlier? Carried a lot of momentum around 3 and 4 and was able to pip Robbins on the line on that first sprint. Darcy Henwood goes a lap down. She'll join the back of the bunch. So roll around now. They'll get the bell next time, but April Paddy, she wants to open the sprint early. She wants to make this hard, but Paddy has Robbins on her wheel, followed by Monteith, Hunter, Buckley, Potts, Gibbs, Henwood off the back again now. So Paddy leads them through. They'll get the bell this time around. There it is, Robbins out of the saddle. Monteith goes with her, Grace Hunter goes as well. Now Buckley trying to get on terms with Grace Hunter. Down the back straight they go. So it's still Robbins on the front, followed by Monteith and Hunter. Then it's Buckley into the front straight. So Robbins, Monteith, Hunter and Buckley. So Grace and Chloe collecting their first points. Ava Robbins with the 5. Sienna Monteith collecting 3. Grace Hunter on 2. Chloe on 1. So Ava Robbins will find herself at the top of the tables on 8 points, followed by Sienna Monteith on 5, equal with Bella Potts. Then it'll be Grace Hunter, April Paddy and Chloe Buckley. It's a good haul of points there. Ava Robbins making sure she got the first across the line this time around. 3 more sprints to go, so it's still anyone's game. So through they go. So as Paddy leads them through. Ava Robbins now on the front. So 3 more sprints to go. Sienna Monteith, she goes into the front. Michaela Gibbs now in the sprinters lane. She's followed by Grace Hunter. Very short, sharp turns by the girls. No one wanting to spend too much time on the front. As Grace rolls up, she hands it over to Paddy. Paddy rolls up. Monteith rolls back into the sprinters lane. Come around with 25 laps to go. 4 laps until the next bell. So Gibbs now starting to up the tempo a little bit as Darcy Henwood goes down a lap. Hunter on the front. Robbins now. So tempo rises. They come closer to the next sprint lap. Chloe Buckley rolls off. She hands it over to Bella Potts. Bella currently in second spot on 5, equal with Sienna Monteith. Robbins on 8. She's on the front of the pack and top of the leaderboard at the moment. So Hunter, they're all going to line up behind Grace as they get the bell next time around. So they all start to look at each other. Grace just keeping it cool at the front. She doesn't want to go too early. But it's Potts wants to try and make the jump. Grace Hunter responds immediately, as does Monteith. Down the front straight they go. So it's Potts, Monteith, Hunter, Robbins. They're all trying to get in on that. Now Gibbs in for the action as well as she slides underneath Grace Hunter. Down the back straight they go as they come into the front straight. Robbins going to try and come over the top. Monteith got the elbows out. Oh, I think that was Robbins, Monteith, Potts, and then maybe Hunter. I'm not sure. Maybe Gibbs. That was a close call. We'll wait for the results on that one. Good ride there. So definitely Robbins, definitely Monteith. We'll see for 3rd and 4th how we go. There you go, Robbins, Monteith, Grace Hunter collecting 2 and Bella Potts getting 1. So it's Robbins takes another 5, followed by Monteith with another 3. Grace Hunter collects 2, that'll move her to 4. And Potts will collect another one, moving her to 6. So as we stand, Ava Robbins with 13, Monteith with 8, Bella Potts on 6, Grace Hunter on 4, followed by Paddy and Buckley on 1 apiece. So good battle there going on. 5 points clear for Ava Robbins. The battle between Sienna, Bella and Grace Hunter for 2nd and 3rd. That'll be an interesting one to watch over the next two sprints, the next 17 laps. Now Grace Hunter back to the front. Paddy rolls through now. She hands it over to Monteith. Monteith sits in second on 8 points. She's followed by Potts, who's in third on 6. Michaela Gibbs to the front. No points yet, but been there or thereabouts on every sprint. Robbins to the front. It's under 17 girls. They watch each other like hawks. Now Paddy stretches the legs out a little bit down the back straight and then rolls up. April Paddy looking to up the tempo as Henwood rolls off the front. She hands over to Monteith. Gibbs rolls up the track with Monteith, hands it over to Robbins. Monteith, never far from the action as they all begin to roll up the track. 13 laps to go this time around. So Hunter rolls off. She hands it over to Potts. Potts hands it over to Henwood. Henwood rolls up now. Ava Robbins looks around and sees that everyone's behind her. Bit of a flyer from April Paddy down into the sprinters lane as they all need to react. Still with a lap before the bell, so 2 laps before the next sprint. As Paddy rolls up, Robbins rolls up, Monteith there. Monteith goes again. A lap and a half for the next sprint points. Tempo definitely up there. Monteith gets the elbows out. Robbins goes around the outside. Gibbs in there in third wheel, followed by Potts. Hunter in fifth wheel. So Ava Robbins eases just out past Sienna Monteith. So Robbins will come through, followed by Monteith, Gibbs, and then Potts. So Robbins, Monteith, Gibbs and Potts. So good riding there. So Ava Robbins collects another 5. That'll move her to 18. Monteith will collect another 3 and move her into 11. So no double points. So Ava Robbins has put herself in an unassailable position. So confirmations, Robbins, Monteith, Gibbs and Potts. So Potts just edges the gap over Grace Hunter in 4th, so now 3 points. Only 4 points still between Monteith and Potts. And then another 3 between Potts and Hunter. As they roll through, so it's Bella Potts on the front. As they come around, they'll get 7 laps to go. So Robbins on the front now, followed by Monteith. Then it's Gibbs and Buckley there as well. Then it's Paddy. Hunter coming through as well. So Paddy and Hunter down in the sprinters lane, followed by Potts. Then it's Ava Robbins, Chloe Buckley, Monteith rolls back in. She's got Gibbs and Paddy for company. Isabella Potts going to open it up. Wants a higher pace in these last 6 laps. As Robbins rolls through. She hands it over to Chloe Buckley from Cairns. So Robbins on 18, Sienna Monteith on 11, Potts on 7, Grace Hunter on 4, Gibbs on 2, Buckley, Paddy on 1. Tempo very high now. So it's Buckley. Comes through with 4 laps to go. Grace Hunter onto the front. So our final sprint coming up. 3.5 laps to go. April Paddy wanting to collect some points. So Potts leads them through. She hands it over to Monteith. Monteith hands it over to Gibbs. Robbins stalking. Chloe Buckley now on the front. They've got 2.5 to go. As Robbins flicks the elbow and sees that no one's going to come around. 2 laps to go. 1 lap till the bell. 2 laps until our final sprint. As Potts got the inside line. Monteith wants to go with 1.5 laps. They all get up out of the saddle and down the back straight, so Monteith opens it up. She's followed very closely by Potts and Robbins. Then it's Hunter. Hunter goes around the outside of Potts. She's following Robbins around the outside of Monteith. This is a good move by Grace Hunter down the back straight. Grace Hunter around the outside of Robbins. So Grace Hunter comes around the outside. Robbins in full control. Grace Hunter trying to come around the outside. Robbins, Hunter, Buckley and Potts. And that might have been just enough by Bella Potts to secure 3rd spot, but a great move by Grace Hunter. Ava Robbins will take the win, the overall win and the gold, followed by Sienna Monteith. And then I'm pretty sure Bella Potts will have got that by just 1 point over Grace Hunter. So Grace Hunter doing everything she could on that final lap. Final sprint, Ava Robbins, Grace Hunter, Chloe Buckley and Bella Potts. So that will confirm Bella Potts in that bronze position. Just 1 point. So there you go, Robbins in first, taking home the gold. Monteith, Potts, Hunter, Buckley, Gibbs and Paddy. Moving straight on to our under-17 men points race. So some big hitters out there. Will Emilius, Felix Crossman, Ollie Jordan, Bodie Dusha. No Cruz Camps. He's watching but not participating. Jack Parker, Hunter Davis, Oscar Schoff, Eli Taylor, Lockie Chamberlain, Harry Dowling, Flynn Larkins and George Tucker. As our under-17 men, Billy Wright coming up into the commentary booth. Billy, we've seen some pretty good racing so far. You were here last night as well. What do you think so far, mate?
Yeah, there has been some very good racing. It's great to see, and very competitive in some of the fields too. And so there've been some great things and a few good things to watch.
Got our under-17s out at the moment. What do you think about Georgie Tucker from Rockhampton? Hasn't he changed over the last 12 months?
Well, I've watched George develop over the last few years, and I said something last night which is probably a little bit derogatory, I suppose, but I still say it. I said he's the same weight now as he was a couple of years ago. He's just a bit taller. But the other thing he does now, he's thinking more about what he's doing, which is when it starts to change when they get up into the 17s. Instead of just hearing a bell and going flat out, they have to think about what they're doing and learn racecraft. Yeah. Bo Finland is over here. Yep. With a table of second-hand goods and stuff. Perfect. All proceeds go to Bike for Burns.
Bike for Burns, yep, perfect. So, yeah, you're right, Billy. No worries. Thanks for coming in, Billy. Appreciate it. I did. So Billy just pointing out that a lot of Tuesday night riders, Billy Wright's session, are podiuming over the last 2 nights. And over by the front entrance on the concourse level, Bo Hanlon is up there. He's got a range of bikes and parts and all that sort of thing. So he's got a table full of gear that all the proceeds go to Bike for Burns. So Bo's got his hand up in the air. If you come and see Bo, absolute gentleman of a man, and does all of this work to raise funds for charity. If you need some bits and bobs for your bike, looks like there's a few good frames up there as well. Make sure you head over there and have a look. and support all the work Bo's doing and support the charity and also help yourself some good gear. With 43 laps to go, Larkins on the front. He hands it over to Will Emilias. Oscar Schoff in there as well. Now we get a bit cagey as we start to head towards our sprint laps. Eli Taylor on the front. So Taylor, Schoff, Chamberlain, Jordan, Davis, Parker, Crossman, GT coming around the outside. Then there's Emilias, Dowling, Dusher and Larkins. As the sprint starts early, they'll get the bell this time around. Schoff having a really good go with it. So Schoff goes early. Taylor chases, Jordan chases, Tucker is there, Emilias and Chamberlain. First four across the line will get some points. It'll be Schoff, Taylor, Jordan and Tucker. And they might go on with it, those men. Jordan would certainly like to. So Schoff and Taylor going through, then followed by Ollie Jordan and Tucker. As they calm down just a little bit now as Parker sits up. Frantic pace as Oscar Schoff went from a lap and a half out for the first sprint, but that puts him into the lead on 5 points. So it's Oscar Schoff followed by Eli Taylor, Ollie Jordan and George Tucker. Around they go, Schoff back to the front. He's got Dowling for company. He's followed by Jordan. Then it's back to Eli Taylor. Then Bodie Dusher. As Taylor flicks the elbow, Dusher goes through. He's got Tucker on his wheel. Then we're followed by Hunter Davis. Yeah, so if you're looking for some parts for your bike, make sure you get up to the concourse level over by that main entrance on the backside of the Velodrome. Bo Hanlon with quite a few bits and pieces up there. Looks like there's another table there with maybe a Dolan frame up there. So have a look if you're in the market for some parts, pieces or a full bike. Go and check that out. But Ali Taylor flicks his elbow, hands it over to Chamberlain. So Chamberlain on the front, followed by Emilias as they start to get cagey again. Larkins just rolling in underneath. Lap and a half till the next bell. He flicks it over to Davis. Taylor starting to make a move on the inside. Bernie Swart coming to have a race this afternoon. Good to see Bernie here. So Eli Taylor, he rolls through. Got some good points the first time round with Oscar Schoff. Schoff going to go again from a lap and a half out. He's got the same protagonist with him. So Schoff, Taylor, Tucker, Crossman, Jordan, Emilias. Dusher going with them this time. Now Larkins trying to bridge that gap. He's got Dowling for company. Chamberlain scrambling to get back on with Davis. Parker off the back, but around into the front straight. It'll be Schoff, Taylor, Tucker, and I think Jordan might have just snuck in there for another point. So Oscar collecting another 5. It looks like Felix Crossman, and they'd be crazy to let this go again. They know what he can do. Felix Crossman got the bit between the teeth. So there you go, Schoff, Taylor, Tucker, Jordan. So Felix Crossman, we know what he got up to last night in the scratch race. He went from about 6 laps out and he held it. It might have even been 8 laps. He rolls up the boards on the back straight as Will Emilius leads the charge. The boys not wanting to get caught out by young Felix again. Felix making a comeback last year. He had an accident at a pump track. Couldn't get on the bike, but did a lot of work on the trainer. Boy, when he came back, was he quick. And he's kept that up. Now Jordan has a look around. He's going to go. Sees Chamberlain on the front. Chamberlain doesn't chase. He flicks the elbow. Emilius there now. He's going to have to chase down again. So Ollie Jordan. Hunter Davis jumps onto his wheel. Jordan swings up. 25 laps to go. Halfway there now for our under 17 men. As Taylor comes through, he's got Chamberlain for company. Followed by Dowling. Emilius, he's done a lot of work chasing. Breaks. Now Chamberlain on the front with Dowling, the 2 Hamilton Wheelers boys. They've got Emilius there. They all swing up. Larkin swings up. He hands over to Schoff. Schoff, Tucker, Dusha, Jordan. GT flicks up. Dusha flicks up. Jordan back to the front again now. 2 laps till the bell. Now Eli Taylor. Taylor on the front, so they'll get the bell next time around. They all start to move. Tucker rolls around. Emilius on his wheel. So on the front, GT. Now Oscar's going to go a little bit earlier this time. He goes from a lap and 2/3. So Schoff goes, Tucker goes, Taylor goes, Emilius goes. They get the bell. Round they go. So Schoff goes through. Then it's Tucker. Then Emilius. Then Taylor. Then we've got Felix Crossman, Larkins and Jordan. They've opened up a big gap. Now across the line though, it'll be Schoff, Emilius, Tucker, Taylor. So Emilius opening his account. He goes to 3. So they all come back together with 19 to go. So Oscar Schoff going a little bit earlier each time. He moves to 15 points. Confirmation there. So Schoff, Emilius, Tucker and Taylor. And standings after 3 sprints, Oscar Schoff on 15. Eli Taylor on 7. George Tucker on 5. Then 3 each for Jordan and Emilius. So 5 point scorers so far. Oscar Schoff looking to do a clean sweep. Eli Taylor just spreads it out a little bit. Larkins chases down Emilius. He's got Tucker for company. The boys really spread out as they go down the back straight. So Schoff, head down now. Can he get a gap? He's going to go from 6 laps out this time instead of a lap and a quarter. As they all come back together, Schoff rolls up, Jordan rolls up. Harry Dowling swings up behind Jordan. Taylor looks around. Should I go again? Dowling pushes on the pedals, finds himself on the front, flicks up. Jordan flicks up. Schoff on the front. 4.5 to the next sprint. Now Crossman. He looks to go again with 3 laps to the next bell. They all look. Felix Crossman opens up 30, 40, maybe 50 metres. 2 laps to the next bell. It's over to Chamberlain to chase it down. Felix Crossman, after the heroics of last night, he's going again. Can't believe they let him go that easily. Now Jordan doing all the chasing, followed by Dusha. 2 laps to the next sprint points, and it's Crossman on the front. He'll get the bell next time round. He's followed by Jordan. Jordan flicks up. Dusha flicks up. Larkins flicks up. That's Felix Crossman. He's got half a lap with no one chasing. So Crossman, he'll collect points. He'll be happy with that hole straight away. I won't believe that they've let him go again. Now the pack chasers, Schoff, Emilius, Tucker, Taylor. Felix Crossman eases off the pedals, gets the 5 points. Well done, Felix. Then down the front straight, Emilius will get second. Then Schoff, then Tucker. So good move there from Felix Crossman. Went early, no one chased. He saw his opportunity and went with it. So 9 laps to go. And Oscar Schoff finds himself in an unbeatable position. The fight now for second place, with only a couple of points between second and fifth. So 7 points for Taylor, 6 for Tucker and Emilius, 5 for Crossman, and 3 for Jordan. Down the back straight, so it's Jordan will lead them through with 7.5. He flicks it over to Eli Taylor, to Emilius. Tucker on the inside. As they all roll around now. So Larkins flicks up. He hands it over to Chamberlain. So Chamberlain, Dowling, Davis. Hunter Davis onto Dowling's wheel. Now Tucker rolls back down underneath Chamberlain. Larkins onto Tucker's wheel. Harry Dowling, he's going to try his luck. Anyone going to chase him down? No one really interested. Harry Dowling going for his own Felix Crossman moment. Good friend Ollie Jordan's going to chase him down. Probably not the person he expected to do the chase on that one. So Dowling with 5 laps to go, being chased by Ollie Jordan. He's followed by Schoff, Taylor, Emilius, Dusha, Larkins, Tucker, Chamberlain, Crossman and Davis. So Harry gave it a good nudge, got chased down by his Maddo partner, Ollie Jordan. 4 laps to go now, 1 kilometre of this 50-lap points race. Chamberlain on the front, 3.5 to go, followed by Crossman. Crossman, he's going to try and go again as he gets around. 3 laps to go. That'll put him in a great position at the final. So Crossman, he gets a charge again. Tucker doing the chase down this time. Tucker, oh, nearly a touch of wheels between Chamberlain and Tucker. But Felix Crossman, I cannot believe they let him go again. Crossman, 2 laps to go, 1.5 laps. Schoff chasing. Larkins chasing Schoff. Then it's Dusha and Emilius. Down the back straight, Felix Crossman, this will take him to 10 points and could secure silver. Felix Crossman with a great move. Now Schoff. Emilius goes around the outside of Larkins. He's got Taylor, Tucker and Dusha there for company. Felix Crossman, you would not believe that they let him go for a second time. Felix Crossman collects 5. Schoff, Tucker, I think maybe Emilius got that last one. And that'll be enough to send Crossman into silver medal position. I don't think anyone else got enough points to get him. What a move. So Oscar Schoff will take the win, and I'm pretty sure Felix Crossman did enough on that last lap to get silver. Under 17s have got short memories by the look of it. Felix Crossman doing 3 jumps in 2 days and winning all of them. So Schoff will take the win. Then I'm pretty sure it's going to be Crossman. We'll wait to see who goes into third. It'll be GT, I think. Oh, no, it might be Eli Taylor. Nothing between them for our under 17s. So we'll wait for that final sprint result. Good riding there as we move on to our under 19s points race. It's be 100 laps, 10 sprints for our under 19s. There's the final sprint. Will Meares getting the final point. GT getting 2, so that might push him into third. So there you go, George Tucker getting third, Felix Crossman in second, and Oscar Schoff taking home the gold. So good work there again from Felix Crossman. Last 2 sprints secured 10 points. Out on track now though, Tom Waits, Zach Douglas-Savage, Toby Jones, Liam Vaughan is definitely not on the track. He's up here drinking Coke. Porter White, I haven't seen today. That might be him on the back. Alex Hughes, Keely Ketkovics, Sasha Williams, a non-starter, and Sam Hilditch. I'd ask Liam Vaughan why he wussed out of the last race of the weekend, but I won't embarrass him. So onto the front goes Lockie Walters. Then it's Zach Douglas-Savage. Tom Waits in second wheel, followed by Jones. Then it's Kitkovics. Then it's Hughes, Hilditch, Porter White. So 100 laps, 10 sprints, lots of points on offer. As they all start to roll around. 5 laps already down. 5 laps out of 100. So Jones to the front. Fairly high tempo for our under 19s. Hilditch rolls up, he hands it over to Hughes. Then it's White, Walters, Douglas-Savage, Waits, Jones and Ketkovics. So after watching the under 17 men, it'll be interesting to see who can collect points. So Walters on the front, followed by Douglas-Savage. Douglas-Savage hands it over to Waits. Then it's Hughes. So Hughes happy to sit on the front for a little bit longer than the rest. Down the back straight. He's followed by Ketkovics coming up to their Bell. Hughes wants to lead this one from the front. Alex Hughes, he goes. Jones comes up to the front. They're all there. They're all going to try and follow Alex Hughes. Alex down the back straight. Now Hilditch onto the back wheel of Jones as they come around 3 and 4. Alex Hughes wants to kick for the line. Toby Jones will come over the top. It'll be Jones, Hughes, Hilditch and Waits. So good move there from Toby Jones. So they've gone on with it too. Porter White, Keely Kitkovics just a little bit off the back. As Keeley gets back on terms, hands it over to Lockie Walters. Milan Klein on the front straight. He's cheering them all on. The young man from Bundy. So now, Alex Hughes. He wants to open up a gap. Hilditch doesn't chase. He sits there. Now he flicks up. He hands it over to Porter White. So Hughes with a bit of a jump over the rest of the pack. So Hughes out the front, getting chased by Douglas Savage, Waits, Jones, Walters, Hilditch, White and Kitkovics. All right, so it's still Hughes out the front, but he's only got about 20 metres over Jones, who flings up. He hands it over to Walters. We know how quick Walters can close the gap. He's followed by Hilditch and Porter White. So Hughes still at the front by himself. 3 laps to the next bell. Porter White chases down, followed by Lightning McQueen at ZDS. They're leaving Hughes out the front, not really letting him go, leaving him within touching distance as he soft pedals a little bit as Hilditch closes the gap. So Hughes still on the front. So Hilditch now, he goes to the front, he flicks up. Hughes decides to go again. They'll get the bell next time around. Hughes tried to catch them napping. Hilditch was straight up there. So it's Hilditch, Douglas Savage. Then White, then Walters. Jones coming around the outside. He'll drag Hughes with him. Sammy Hilditch with his number flapping around. He's on the front, leading him through with half a lap to go to the next points. Douglas Savage biding his time. Can he come around the outside? But it looks like it's going to be Hilditch who'll come across the line first. It'll be Hilditch, Jones, Douglas Savage, and then Waits. So Hilditch through, then Jones, then Douglas Savage and Waits. So confirmation there. So Douglas Savage opening his points account. So leading at the moment on 8 points, Toby Jones, 7 points, Sammy Hilditch. On 3 points, Alex Hughes. Then 2 points each for Waits and Douglas Savage. So riders roll around with 77. Is it only 77 laps to go? That's gone really quick. Out the front again though, Alex Hughes. He's followed by Porter White. So Hilditch flicks the elbow, hands it over to Waits. Waits gives it over to Douglas Savage. I'm not sure he knows where he is. He usually would have attacked by now, Zach Douglas Savage. But it looks like he's settled back into the pack. He jumps onto Toby Jones's wheel. Toby Jones, probably more than capable of doing an IP for the next 75 laps. Maybe even enjoying it. But through we roll with 74 laps to go. As Jones comes through on the inside. Hilditch finds Hughes' wheel. Porter White onto Hilditch. Hughes flicks the elbow, 73 to go, 2 laps till the next bell. Top of the tables, Toby Jones on 8, then Sammy Hilditch on 7. So Kitkovic's on the front. Hilditch flicks the elbow. They all roll up now. Now Walters wants to go. It'll be Bell next time around. Walters gets the charge, catches them all napping as they go up to the top. Walters, Jones, Douglas Savage and Waits. Toby Jones has read every move so far. Down the back straight they go. Walters, Toby Jones coming around the outside. Toby Jones, the absolute machine. He rolls over the top of Walters. Then it's Douglas Savage and Waits. So Jones collects another 5. Walters gets on the scoreboard with 3. Then it was Douglas Savage and Waits. So Toby Jones moves out to 13 points. And we're all broken up on this under-19 men's points state championship for 2025 here in Queensland. So Douglas Savage rolls off, hands it over to Waits. Then it's Walters. Alex Hughes back to the front now. So Toby Jones onto the front. He's on 13, followed by Hilditch on 7, Douglas Savage on 4, Hughes, Waits and Walters all on 3. 65 laps to go. Now Alex Hughes missed out on a few points in the last couple of sprints. He wants to go out early. Jones will be the one to chase him down. Alex Hughes, that's a dangerous position for him to be in for the rest of the field. 2 laps until the next bell. Walters onto the front now. He kicks down the back straight. They all want to chase down Alex Hughes. He's tried this earlier. They'll get the bell next time around. So it's Alex Hughes with about 40 metres over Sam Hilditch. Jones trying to come around the outside. Hilditch holding him up. Now they roll through. Alex Hughes, he'll get the bell this time around. He'll want to collect some points. So Hughes with about 50 metres. No one chasing too hard. It's on to Walters now. Down the back straight, around the outside, Tom Waits. He's going to come up to Lockie Walters, but it'll be Hughes that will collect the points. So Hughes will go first over the line. Then Walters, I think White, and then Waits. So good move there from Alex Hughes, collecting a swag of points. That'll move him to 8. Jones not getting points on that one. But neither did his closest competitor, Sam Hilditch. So Hilditch to the front. He goes with White. There you go, confirmation of the sprint. So Toby Jones is on 13, Alex Hughes on 8, Hilditch on 7, Walters on 6, Waits on 5. Douglas Savage on 4 and Porter White on 1. So they'll roll again. So Alex Hughes back to the front. 55 laps to go as Toby Jones flicks the elbow. He hands it over to Sam Hilditch. So now Waits through to the front, 54 laps to go. Jones on 13, Hughes on 8, Hilditch on 7, Lockie Walters on 6, Tom Waits on 5, Zach Douglas Savage on 4, and Porter White on 1. So Toby Jones has got a full sprint advantage over Alex Hughes, but you can throw a blanket between 2nd and 6th. Nothing between them. Now Douglas Savage to the front. He's got Walters on his wheel. Then it's Keely Kitkovics. Then Toby Jones. Then Hilditch. So they all start to watch each other. They'll get the bell the next time around for sprint number 5. So Jones will lead them through for the bell. Jones followed by Hilditch, followed by White and Hughes. It's going to be some tired legs at the end of these 100 laps. Jones goes, Hilditch goes with him. Porter White trying to go with Hilditch, he does. So Jones down the front straight. So Jones, Hilditch, White, Hughes. Jones collecting another swag of points. So good, that'll take Toby Jones to 18. Sammy Hilditch collecting a good amount of points on 3. Then it's Porter White and Alex Hughes. So Jones will go to 18. Sam Hilditch, that'll take him to 10. Alex Hughes on to 9. Lockie still on 6. Tom Waits on 5. ZDS on 4. And Porter White moves up to 3. With 47 laps to go, we're over halfway now of this 100-lap points race for our under-19 men. So they all begin to roll through. Judd Larkins, one of our gold medalists from earlier on, from under-13s, he's still here watching. But it's Alex Hughes on the front, followed by Sam Hilditch, followed by Keely Kitkovics, Zach Douglas Savage. Then it's Tom Waits. Tom's had a good couple of nights. Then it's Porter White, Toby Jones, and Lockie Walters. 45 laps to go. So we start to see our Masters warming up. So next up we'll have our Masters 4 to 5 and our Women's 4. They'll do a 60 lapper. Our Masters 7 to 10 will do 50. Then our Elite Women and under 19 women will do a 60 lap points race. And to finish off the night, our Elite Men, they'll go for another 100. Louise Jones keeping me on my toes up here in the commentary booth. Alex Hughes now on the front with 42 and a half laps to go. The boys very cagey, watching each other as they go around. Douglas Savage rolls up. He hands it over to Waits. Kitkovic's back in there again. Jones right up the front. He knows a bell lap's coming. That'll happen next time around. So Hughes from the middle. Hilditch is going to go with him. They go around the top of Jones. Hughes in control. They get the bell. As Tom Waits comes around the outside, Hughes kicks. Sam Hilditch waited. Now around the outside. So Tom Waits with a good move around the outside of Hilditch. They come into the front straight. It'll be Hughes and then Waits. Not sure between Hilditch and Jones. We'll wait for confirmation on that one. So Hughes waits Jones just in front of Hilditch. So standings after sprint 6 with 40 laps to go. Toby Jones on 20, Alex Hughes on 14, Sam Hilditch on 11, Tom Waits on 8, Lockie Walters on 6, ZDS on 4, and Porter White on 3. Don't forget, next week down in Melbourne, we have AJTS for our 15s and 17s, the Blackline Track League down in Melbourne, and of course we've got the Austral wheel race next weekend. So some big track cycling coming up. Tassie Carnivals kick off, I think, in between Christmas and New Year, as well as the Country Carnivals for Victoria. So some good track racing still to come. Our next round 6 of the Enemies Track Series, and another state championship will be at the very end of January, start of February. So Walters flicks the elbow, he gives it over to Hughes. So as the under 19 men, they've still got some legs, but they've slowed down the tempo just a little bit. It's less frenetic than it was in the first 20 laps. As Hilditch flicks the elbow and Hughes goes through. So Hughes flicks it over to Porter White. Porter White just increases the tempo. So 32 to go this time round, they'll get the bell. Next lap around as Hilditch flicks it over to Porter White. Porter follows him up the track. But it's Zach Douglas-Savage, the animator. He rolls up. Now Jones on the front, our leader on 20 points, Toby Jones. As he kicks, they get the bell. So it's Jones, Walters, then it's Hughes, Douglas-Savage and Hilditch. So Jones kicks, Walters goes with him. Then it's Hughes, then it's Hilditch. Then Porter White trying to go through, but it's Jones, Walters, Hughes and Hilditch. And they've all gone on with it now. The pace has stayed high. Alex Hughes ran on with it. There's confirmation. Jones on 5, Walters with 3, Hughes on 2, and Hilditch gets the 1. So Jones to 25, Hughes on 16, Hilditch on 12, Lockie Walters moves up to 9. Hilditch comes through, flicks the elbow at Zach Douglas-Savage on the front. So Toby Jones, he's built a good old lead. He's got 9 points over Alex Hughes. He has 4 points over Hilditch, who's got 3 over Lockie Walters. He's only got 1 over Tom Waits. As we roll around. Nick Hughes to the front. Victoria Smith still hanging around on the infield. You got the points race coming up? No. Legs have done enough. You had a great race in the Keirin. That was a ripper. So Hilditch now, they'll get 24 laps to go as we start to get cagey with our under 19 men. Zach Douglas Savage, he'll lead them through with 23 laps to go. So Douglas Savage, we finally see the animator come out to play. He's got a break down the back straight. Douglas Savage looks around. He's got about 60, 70 metres over the chasing pack. He'll get the bell next time round, ZDS. He's going to collect some points if he keeps this up. Looks across the track. Too late for that. Just go, young man. He's cheered on by Felix Crossman. He knows what this is about. Douglas Savage gets the bell with 21 to go. Douglas Savage on the front. He's made a good break. He's got about 100 metres over Toby Jones, who's chasing him down. Down the back straight goes Douglas Savage. Now Jones chasing, Hughes chasing, Porter White chasing. Douglas Savage comes across the line. The animator's back, followed by Hughes, Jones and Hilditch. So good work there from Douglas Savage. Now Sam Hilditch, he's decided now's the time to go with 18 and a half laps to go. So Hilditch with a break. They've all sat up. Hilditch, can he do it for the next 8 laps? We know he's got the stamina. Sam Hilditch, about a year and a half or 2 years ago, decided sprinting was not what he wanted to do, so he went over to endurance, and he's already got half a lap over the rest of the field. The animator, Zach Douglas Savage, he collected 5 points last time around. With a good move, that moved him up into equal 4th with 9 points. Toby Jones on 27, Hughes on 19, Hilditch on 13. So this, if Hilditch can get a swag of points here, that'll definitely help the case. Jones and Walters, they're doing all the chasing. But it's about half a lap, just under half a lap for Hilditch, measuring his effort now. Douglas Savage doing the chasing. Now waits. The impetus has gone out of the chase as they all start to roll around. So it's back to Douglas Savage. Half a lap advantage to Hilditch with 14 laps to go. Saw his opportunity and went with it, Hilditch. They were all napping. Jones, he's headed up the chase now. Doesn't want to drag Hughes with him. Rolls up the track. Hughes, he hands it over to Waits, and it's still half a lap to Sam Hilditch. If he had pinned his number on properly, he'd probably be going faster. But it's Hilditch down the back straight. It's over half a lap now as Jones leads up the chasing pack. Hilditch comes through. 12 laps to go. He'll get the bell, and it's way over half a lap now. Hilditch might be able to go for a lap. That would put him in a very, very, very strong spot. So 12 laps to go for the chasing pack. Walters leads it out. Hilditch will get the bell. He does, so Hilditch will come through with a lap to go. Still half a lap to go for the bell for the chasing pack, but Hilditch down the back straight. Jones will get the bell for the chasing pack. Hilditch will collect 5. He can see them just as he comes into the front straight. So Hilditch collects 5 points, and sprint number 9 as he goes on with it. Jones on the front of this chasing pack. So across the line, it'll be Jones, Waits and Hughes. So Hilditch, he's going on with it. 9 laps to go. He's still half a lap in front. Waits now taking up the chase. So Waits chasing. He sees he's got Alex Hughes for company, but it's still Hilditch. The gap reduced to about 70 metres, but at least over the straight. Hilditch looks over. He starts to slow down a little bit. He's going to wait by the look of it for the rest of the pack. Jones sees that he's sat up. He flicks up the track. Sam Hilditch rolls up the track. He's going to take a bit of a breather. Collected a good swag of points. He's still in third position on 18. Only 2 points behind Alex Hughes. So that'll be a battle. Toby Jones, 10 points in front of Alex. The animator, he decides to go again. So Douglas Savage, he goes. He obviously watched Felix Crossman over the last couple of nights. So Zach Douglas Savage, he's out the front. He'll come around with 5 laps to go of this 100-lap points race. Jones leads the chase. He swings up. Walters. No one really all that keen to give chase to Zach Douglas Savage. So Douglas Savage with about 60 or 70 metres. Hilditch swings up. He hands it over to Kitkovics. Douglas Savage with the tongue out down the front straight. We've seen that look before. He's a determined young man. Douglas Savage. Now the chase is on from Tom Waits. Hughes goes. Jones is going to go. Hilditch following Hughes. So Douglas Savage with 2 laps to go. Tom Waits coming. Tom Waits coming at a rapid rate of knots. So Douglas Savage down the back straight. 1.5 laps to go. Look at Tom Waits though. He's putting a whole lot of pressure on the pedals as Waits goes around the outside of Douglas Savage. So Waits, Douglas Savage. Now the chase is on by Jones, Hughes and Hilditch. Tom Waits made the jump. Tom Waits will collect 5 points. Followed by Zach Douglas Savage. He'll get 3. There'll be Toby Jones and Alex Hughes. Great move there. ZDS, he was out there, but Tom Waits shut that down and went around the outside like a cruise missile. Oh, so confirmation was double points on the last sprint. So Tom Waits collects 10, Douglas Savage collecting 6, Jones on 4 and Alex Hughes on 2. That might be enough to put Waits into third. It does. He skips over Hilditch. So Jones will take the win. Followed by Alex Hughes and Tom Waits. Great move then by Tom Waits to collect double points and beat Sam Hilditch by 2. As we go to start our men's Masters 4 to 5 and women's 4. All right, as we all roll around for our men's Masters 4 of 2 to 5. Just had a pulled wheel there. Go ahead, mate. So 60 laps would be double points? That is correct, but the next race would not. So confirmation from our commissaires. So any points race with 60 or more laps, including this one, will have double points at the end. Anything under 60 is just normal points. Thank you for the confirmation from Michael. So leading us through will be Brad Davis. He hands it over to Andrado. So big field. As we roll around with 58 laps to go. So it'll be Andrado. He will lead out. Sean Wilson. Bo Hanlon cheering on Nelson Andrado. So Andrado, Wilson, then it'll be Catherall, then Weir, then Wynn, then Ward, then Hughes. So Andrado on the front for quite a while so far. So Andrado doing all the work. He's got Wilson on his wheel. So Andrado, Wilson, Catherall, Weir, Wynn, Ward, then Hughes. So as our riders roll around, Flynn Larkin's up at the parts table up on the concourse level. A few bits and pieces up there. Don't know whose wallet he's getting money from for that one. But it's Andrado still on the front. Followed by Wilson, Catherall, Weir and Wynn. Then it's Ward. Hughes is there as well. Then Stevens. Now Andrado starts to open things up. Ransom there as well as Ray Smith. And on the back, Brad Davis. So Andrado, he's led the last 8 laps and he's going with it now. So Andrado, Wilson, Catherall, and Weir. They're going to be our points collectors this time around. So Andrado, Wilson, Andrado to collect the points. Then it'll be Sean Wilson. He'll collect 3. Glenn Catherall will collect 2. And Chris Weir will collect 1. Luke Schoff and Bear Liang having a private moment up in the commentary booth. It's all a bit weird. But to the front, Brad Davis. Chris Weir now to the front. Nelson Andrado with a good move. Controlled the race for about 8 laps and then took off for the sprint, collecting the 5 points. So Andrado on 5, Wilson on 3, Catherall on 2 and Weir on 1 with 47 laps to go. So after this one, we'll have our Masters 7 to 10, then our Elite Women and Junior Under 19 Women, and our last race of the night, only 100 laps, our Elite Men. So on the front now, Brad Davis. He's got Wilson for company, Catherall, sorry. So Catherall rolls through with Brad Davis. Nelson Andrado. He has a bit of a kick. He wants to get across. Sean Wilson will go with him again. Then there's Ransom. Then Hughes, Ward, Wynn, Weir, Smith. And then Stevens on the back. Davis rolls through underneath Andrado. So Davis, Catherall, Andrado, Wilson, Ransom, Hughes, Ward, Wynn, Weir, Smith and Stevens. With 42 laps to go, they'll get the bell next time around. So now Andrado, he goes to kick again, looking to collect a full suite of points. Andrado gets the bell, followed by Wilson, Ransom and Hughes. So they roll around. Ransom coming around the top of Andrado. Oh, Hughes over Ransom. Then it might have been Crossman. So we'll wait for confirmation of those points, but it was Hughes gets the 5, then Ransom, Crossman and Andrado. So Nelson Andrado on 6. He'll be followed by Nick Hughes on 5. Then Sean Wilson on 3, Ransom on 3, Glenn Catherall on 2, Sean Crossman on 2, and Chris Weir on 1. So Andrado back to the front with 37 laps to go. Smith and Stevens just off the back now. So Andrado on the front, controlling things. Now Brad Davis around the outside. Looks around, no one chasing. He might go on with this. Crossman looks to Brad Davis. He knows that could be a good move. So Brad Davis, he rolls up. Crossman goes with him. Andrado chasing both of them down. So Crossman goes to the front by default as everyone slows down. Matty Wynn, he has a look around. He's got Ransom for company. Now Crossman opens up a bit of a gap. No one really paying too much attention, and Sean Crossman now. He's got a charge going out the front. Wilson reacts to that one. So Crossman across the line with 33 to go. Then Wilson and Catherall. Then Davis, Andrado, Ransom. So Crossman got a good gap with 32 to go. Davis is going to chase that down. He's got Andrado for company. The Crossman playbook in play. So Sean Crossman comes around. He'll get the bell. He's going to get chased by Ransom and Andrado and Davis and Weir. Andrado coming around the outside at a quick rate of knots down the back straight. Sean Crossman trying to hold on, but it'll be Andrado comes around the outside. Nelson Andrado over Crossman, Weir and Ransom. So confirmation of there, Andrado gets a sprint followed by Crossman, Weir and Ransom. 30 laps to go, we're halfway through this 60 lap points race. Nelson Andrado goes to 11, Nick Hughes on 11, Sean Crossman on 5, Ransom on 4. But it's Brad Davis out the front now. He wants to make a charge. He goes around the outside of Stevens and Smith. So Brad Davis got about 60 metres on the rest of the pack. All right, so it's still Brad Davis off the front with 25 laps to go. No one really chasing. Brad Davis might sneak in a lap here. On the front, it's Ransom. Now Wilson looks around and decides that's probably a bit too close for comfort with Brad Davis. So Wilson on 3 points, but no impetus in that. Brad Davis made the move of the Bundaberg Cycling Spectacular in the Maddo. Absolutely brilliant to watch as Brad Davis, he'll come around and collect a lap. Nice move from Brad. So Davis back in the bunch. So they come around with 22 laps to go. So Brad Davis shoots straight to 20. Good move now. Now Andrado goes and Davis on his wheel, followed by Wilson, Catherall and Hughes. Dicing at the front, 21 laps to go. They get the bell. Hughes kicks. Crossman goes with him. Andrado tries to go. Then Wilson, Catherall, Davis still there. Weir and Wynn. Ransom just off the back a little bit. But across the line, it'll be Hughes will come through. He'll collect 5. Then Andrado, Crossman and Wilson. So Nick Hughes gets 5, Andrado 3, Crossman 2, and Wilson 1. 2 sprints to go. Double points for the final. So Brad Davis on 20, he gained a lap. Nelson Andrado on 14. Nick Hughes on 10. Crossman on 7. Ransom and Wilson on 4. So they roll around with 18 laps to go of this 60-lap points race. So on the front, Wilson and Catherall, Chris Weir. He's joined up now as well. Got a bit of a gap now to Andrado. He's going to close that one down. He's got Matty Wynn for company. So Catherall flicks up. He gives it over to Chris Weir. So Matt Wynn, he flicks off. He hands it over to Crossman. Then it's Wilson and Andrado, then Ransom, then Davis. Stevens there as well. So on the front, we're back with Wilson on the front. 15 to go. Wilson, Andrado, Ransom and Davis. Brad Davis on top of the leaderboard on 20 points at the moment with that gained lap. Ray Smith still out there as well, circulating. So Brad Davis flicks the elbow. He hands it over to Nick Hughes. Hughes hands it over to Catherall. Catherall, he'll stay in the sprinters lane. He was going to flick it over to Weir. So Matt Wynn back to the front, followed by Stevens. We'll get 12 laps to go next time around, so 1 lap to the bell. Leading them through with 12 to go. He hands it over to Catherall, then it's Andrado. Ransom, he wants to have a bit of a crack at this one. He opens it up down the back straight. Andrado's going to chase onto that. So Ransom, he collects the bell with 11 to go. Ransom, Andrado, Wilson and Catherall. Now Chris Weir, he's making a charge down the back. But it's Andrado going over the top of Ransom. So it'll be Andrado, Ransom. And Chris Weir got 4th, I think, and then that might have been Catherall in 3rd. So confirmation, Andrado, Ransom, Catherall and Weir. Good move by Peter Ransom on the back straight. Just getting overtaken by Nelson Andrado. So Nelson Andrado now within 1 point of Brad Davis. Double points for our final sprint. So anyone's game. It's our final race for our men's masters. 4 to 5 for the night. We'll move on to our masters 7 to 10 after this. That's a 50 lapper. So on the front now though, it's Sean Crossman with 6 laps to go. He's going to try and open up the gap. Everyone's sitting up, so it's Andrado chasing. Nick Hughes now, but it's Crossman out the front with 5. As they roll through. So around the back, Sean Crossman, he's opened up his lead now. He'll come around and get 3 laps to go. So this is a great move by Crossman. He'll get double points 3 laps to go for Crossman now as Smith and Stevens roll through. Now Wilson, he just starts to chase Crossman. Andrado rolls up. Then Catherall comes underneath. Then it's Hughes and Wynn. But Crossman with 2 to go. Crossman with a good 80 to 90 metres. Close to 100 maybe. Lap and a half to go now for Sean Crossman. Double points on offer. Crossman gets the bell. This will move him up to 17. This has put him in a great spot. Now Andrado and Davis go. Weir goes. Crossman down the back straight. He's got half a lap to go. Now the chase is on in earnest. Brad Davis, he's got to go in front of Andrado. Brad Davis, but it's Sean Crossman across the line. Then Davis. Then Wilson and Andrado. I think we're just missing out. So we'll get confirmation of that final sprint. But I think Brad Davis will have done enough, I think, to take the win. Sean Crossman with a great move. He'll move to 17 points. There you go, 10 points for Crossman, 6 for Davis, 4 for Wilson and 2 for Andrado. So definitely enough for Brad Davis to take the win. There's our final result. Brad Davis, Nelson Andrado. So Davis in 1, Andrado in 2. Then we've got Crossman, Hughes and Wilson. Moving on to our next Masters event. Ransom, Weir and Catherall making up the rest. All right, as our Masters 7 to 10, including our Masters women, take off 50 lap point race. So no double points on this one. And it's the hamster on the front, Keith Ham, followed by Ward, McGuigan. And that looks like Rickard, Doraboom, Julie Barnett. Then Marshall. Richard Watson in there as well. So Jade Orboom goes to the front. Julie Barnett now, she takes to the front, followed by Marshall. Then it's Mayman and Ward side by side, and then Watson. So Mayman on the front, Watson. Then O'Connell. O'Connell flicks up. Slade flicks it over to Ward. He's got Doraboom and McGuigan there as well. Then it's Marshall. So Lewis Marshall flicks the elbow. He hands it over to Graham Ward. Then it's Rickard. Then O'Connell. So Carsten Rickard looks like he's wants to open up a little bit. He's followed by O'Connell. Then it's Julie Barnett. So Carsten just catching them all, napping a little bit. Jason Reed in there as well. He's just behind Barnett. Then it's Doroboom. Now Jason Reed and Jay Doroboom straight onto the back of Rickard and O'Connell. There's the bell. Now Marshall doing a lot of work to chase down. He's bringing Steve Mayman with him. Jay Doroboom around the outside though. Into their first sprint, so Doroboom looks around. So Doroboom, Marshall, Mayman, and then Reed. Confirmation, so Lewis Marshall getting 3 points. Jay Doroboom on 5, Mayman and Reed collecting the rest. As Steve Mayman's gone on with it out the front. So out the front now, so Doroboom, Reed, Marshall and Mayman. Kerry Henderson having a holiday from this one. I did see Zane had registered and then scratched himself though, so you're a couple of points up on him. So Mayman on the front. He flicks over, hands over to Doroboom. He's got Reed there with him, and then Marshall. As Sharon McGuigan leading the chasing pack. Across the line goes Scotty Slade and Julie Barnett. Then it's Keith Ham, the hamster. So Marshall across the line with Mayman and Doroboom. Reed's gone back to that chasing pack. Round the outside goes Mayman, Doroboom and Marshall. Carsten Rickard on front of the chasing pack at the moment. He's got Watson there as well. 35 laps to go now as Doroboom leads them across the line. He hands it over to Marshall. So Sharon McGuigan, she's going to close that gap to that front pack. She's out there by herself at the moment, but she'll close that down. So Doroboom, Marshall, Mayman, McGuigan, then it's Ward bridging the gap, the 2 Wards. Then it's O'Connell and Reed, then Rickard and Watson. So it looks like Keith Ham's abandoning the race. As Mayman goes around Barnett and Slade. For a change, there was a really nice post from Aaron Liang about Scott Slade this morning. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Scott Slade been through a lot and he's come back even stronger. So Jay Doroboom, he kicks off the sprint, followed by Mayman, Reed, and then it's Marshall. As they come around, Jay Doroboom, he's got the kick over the rest of them, so Doroboom will come through. He'll collect the points, followed by Mayman, then Marshall and Reed. So Jay Doroboom will go to 10, Mayman and Marshall will be on 5 each. Jason Reed on 2. Now Ward closing down that gap. So Graham Ward, he leads them through. He hands it over to Marshall. Now Reed on the front as the whole group is back together. Don't forget, if you're up on the concourse level over by the main entrance, Bo Hanlon got a whole lot of gear over there for sale with all proceeds going to Bike for Burns. Good to see Bo back. Did his collarbone a couple of weeks ago here at Meares Velodrome, so nice to see him around. So on the front, Richard Watson, followed by Karsten Rickard. Then it's Ward. So Bruce Ward, followed by Steve Mayman, followed by Jay Doraboom. Then Lewis Marshall, Sharon McGuigan. Then Graham Ward. So they come around now with 24 laps to go. Top of the leaderboard will be Jay Doraboom. He's on 10. Marshall and Mayman on 5 each. Reed on 2. So Jason Reed to the front, followed by O'Connell. Oh, yeah. Cool. So here we go. So Karsten Rickard, he rolls through with 22 to go. Graham and Bruce Ward on his wheel, followed by Watson, then Jay Doraboom, Sharon McGuigan on Doraboom's wheel, Steve Mayman there in the middle. Lewis Marshall, Reed and O'Connell there as well. Doraboom's decided to go. He goes way over the top of everybody. Gets the bell with 21 to go. Zooms around Barnett and Slade. It's Graham Ward giving chase. Now Steve Mayman down the back straight. He's got Lewis Marshall for company. But it's going to be Jay Doraboom. He'll collect the swagger points. But it's a battle between Marshall and Mayman, and I think it was Marshall got the better of that one in that last spot. That would have been Bruce Ward. So confirmation, Marshall got the 3, Mayman on 2, Bruce Ward on 1. So Jay Doraboom, greedy at the top, has collected everything so far. He's on 15. Lewis Marshall on 8. Mayman on 7. 2 points to Reed and 1 point to Bruce Ward. So Steve Mayman on the front. He'll lead them through with 18 to go. So 33 laps done, 17 to go as Jason Reed leads them through. He hands it over to Karsten Rickard. Next up, we'll have our elite women and under 19 women for their 60 lapper. Our last race of the night will be 100 laps for our elite men. But as Lewis Marshall leads through, Steve Mayman and Bruce Ward. O'Connell on the Mayman's wheel. Now Watson from the sunny coast. He hands it over, but Jason Reed saw an opportunity with 15 to go. He wants to open the gap. He saw Sean Crossman do it in the last race. A good move by Jason Reed. He's on 2 points at the moment. Jay Dorboom, he's going to chase that one down as he does. So Jason Reed around the outside across the line with 14 to go. Dorboom chasing. Then it's Graham Ward. He flicks up the track. Bruce Ward there as well. As Dorboom chase down Reed, they're all back together again now. With 13 laps to go. So Dorboom on the front. Opens up a small gap to Carsten Rickard. So Dorboom may just sneak away with this one. No one really chasing. Lewis Marshall looks like he might have a go. So 12 laps to go. Dorboom goes through. It is Marshall comes through. Then Ward, O'Connell, Ward, McGuigan there as well. Mayman, Rickard, Watson, Reed. So Marshall nearly onto the back of Dorboom now. As Dorboom gets the bell, it's Lewis Marshall with the momentum as they go through the sprint lap. Dorboom swings up, jumps straight onto Lewis Marshall's wheel. It's an old fox, Jay Dorboom. He knows how to play the game as they go round 3 and 4. Saw Lewis Marshall coming, jumped onto his wheel, and then sprints across the line to take some points. So Dorboom will collect another 5. Lewis Marshall will collect another 3. So Dorboom will go out to 20. Marshall collecting points. As does Mayman. Oh, Richard Watson off on the back straight. Bit of a touch of wheels as they headed down the back straight. So on the front, Lewis Marshall. So Richard Watson, just keeping an eye on him. He's sitting up. That's a good sign. Steve Mayman on the front of the race. Jason Reed on his wheel. So good to see Richard Watson sitting up as the race continues on the front here now. Jason Reed is coming up on the back of Scott Slade. Now he hands it over to Carsten Rickard. Scott Slade finds a bit of a turn of speed there. Five laps to go as Scott Slade leads them through, followed by Barnett, Marshall, Ward, O'Connell, Dorboom, Mayman. They're all in there. So good to see Richard Watson up on his feet. Bit of a touch of wheels there on the back straight by the look of it. So now Lewis Marshall. He's got Bruce Ward there with him. So round they come, nearly time for our final sprint. 3 laps to go, but it's Scott Slade on the front. Now Marshall, he decides to go. McGuigan wants to go around the outside. Jay Dorboom goes with Marshall as they go around Scott Slade. So Marshall, Dorboom, Mayman and Reed. So they come around with 2 laps to go. So it's still Marshall, Dorboom, Mayman, Reed, McGuigan, the 2 Ward boys, then O'Connell and Rickard as Jason Reed flings up the track. As they come through, they'll get the bell. Our final sprint for our Masters. Lewis Marshall across the line, followed by Doroboom. Mayman comes up on the backside of Jay Doroboom. Now down the back straight, Steve Mayman goes around the outside of Jay Doroboom. Can he collect Lewis Marshall on the way around? Lewis Marshall might be just too far in front. Marshall, Mayman, Doroboom, and Ward, Graham. So good ride there from Marshall. Good finish. Jade Orboom will finish top of the table. So great ride there from all of our riders. Confirmation of the final sprint, Marshall, Mayman, Doroboom and Graham Ward. Doroboom on 22, Marshall on 16, Mayman on 12, Bruce Ward on 2, Jason Reed on 2 and Graham Ward on 1. The commissaires just having a quick look at the track where Richard Watson came down. So moving on to our elite women and under 19 women for their 60 lap scratch race, points race. So there will be double points at the end of this one. Second last race of the afternoon, going on 5 o'clock here, Brisbane time. Don't forget, riders, if you've finished, to return your numbers to the front desk. Be like Ray Smith, an absolute champion. So off we go. Maddie Taylor on the front of this one, followed by Neve Parslow, Chloe Bowen, Courtney McGowan, Sophie Sutton, Laura Lee Moss, and Hannah Parton. So a mix of our elite women and under 19s. So Chloe Bowen, Courtney McGowan, Sophie Sutton, Laura Lee Moss, then it's Maddie Taylor, Neve Parslow and Hannah Parton. As Sutton hands it over to Laura Lee Moss. So 60 laps, sprint every 10, Maddie Taylor. Did you say it was 5 o'clock? I want to go home. So she's going to open up and increase the tempo. Everyone's scrambling onto her back wheels. Maddie Taylor goes around 3 and 4. So Taylor, Parslow, Bowen, McGowan, Sutton, Moss and Parton. Good tempo for our women. Presentations for all the state championships will be on following the elite men's 100 lap points race. Declan Trezise getting ready on the infield. As they come through, Laurelie Moss. Followed by Hannah Parton. Then it's Taylor, Parslow, Bowen, Sutton and McGowan. So Neve Parslow flicks the elbow. She hands it over to Chloe Bowen. 52 laps to go. They'll get the bell next time around. So McGowan rolls up. Moss now onto the front. So Moss going to lead this through. They'll get the bell. Moss looks around, sees Parslow coming. Moss with a good turn of speed down the back straight. Parslow got the height advantage at the moment, but as Moss winds up that bigger gear into the front straight. Moss, Parslow, I think Taylor, and then Sutton. Yeah, confirmation, so Sutton getting that last point. Taylor going on with it now, collecting 2 points. So out the front, Sutton, Bowen, Moss, Taylor, Parslow and McGowan. Hannah Parton just dropped off the back a little bit now. But tempo high as Chloe Bowen goes down the back straight. So round the back we go, and it's still McGowan on the front. Now Sutton's going to have a dig around the outside with 46 laps to go. Sutton chased down by Bowen. Moss now, she goes around the outside of McGowan. Taylor going with her, so does Parslow. Sutton really wanting to keep this one up high. So Bowen on the front, followed by Moss, Taylor, Parslow, Sutton and McGowan. So Taylor leads them through with 44 to go. Parslow rolls off. Now Sutton on the front. Bowen, 43 to go, followed by Moss. Moss flicks up the track. She hands it over to Maddie Taylor. Back onto the front now, Sophie Sutton. She hands it over to Courtney McGowan with 42 to go. They'll get the bell next time round. Hannah Parton on the front. She rolls up. They all roll up. Parslow on the front. They'll all line up behind her. She'll lead out the sprint on the next bell lap. She's going to go early. Neve Parslow. Sophie Sutton goes with her. They all have to get out of the saddle to go. Parslow, then Sutton. So Parslow and Sutton, they've got a bit of a gap over McGowan, Taylor and Moss. As Sutton comes around the outside of Neve Parslow Sutton will just get it over Parslow, followed by Taylor and Moss. So Sutton will move to 6, Parslow will be on 6, Moss will be on 6, and Taylor on 4. So even Stevens across the field as they sit at this stage. So Matty Taylor leading him through with 38 laps to go. McGowan on the front now, followed by Parslow, Bowen, Moss and Sutton. Now Moss onto the front. So Moss leading out Sutton as Moss rolls up the track. Sutton will lead through McGowan, Taylor, Parslow, Bowen, Moss and Parton. Tempo's definitely come out of this race in the last 5 laps. .35 laps to go as Chloe Bowen rolls through. Round they come with 34 to go. Courtney McGowan, then Taylor. You can see on the infield there, Richard Watson. He's back on the trainer, so good to see him up and about after his crash earlier. Hannah Parton flicks the elbow. Sophie Sutton goes through, followed by Moss. Moss followed by McGowan, Taylor, Parslow, Bowen, Parton, and then Sutton rejoins on the back. Now Moss wants to open up. She sees Chloe Bowen coming. They'll get the bell next time around. So Moss gets the bell. She goes shoulder to shoulder with Chloe Bowen as they go around 1 and 2. As Laura Lee Moss really starts to get on top of that gear. Sophie Sutton through the eye of the needle. She's coming around the outside at a rapid rate of knots. Sutton coming around the outside. Oh, I think Sutton might have just got it over Moss and McGowan. So soft Sutton, Moss, McGowan and Bowen. So Chloe Bowen and Courtney McGowan get on the scoreboard. Sophie Sutton up into the top of the leaderboard on 11 points. Laura Lee Moss on 9, Parslow on 6. So Moss on the front with Sutton. Bowen will lead through Parslow, our 2 under-19s. Then it's Maddie Taylor, Courtney McGowan, Moss and Sutton, our elites, and Hannah Parton, another under 19. So McGowan will lead them through with 26 to go. So 25 to go now. 35 laps already done. Maddie Taylor, she goes into the front with Sutton. .24 now, 24 to go now with Sutton on the front. Next up, we'll have our elite men hitting the boards for 100 laps, 25 kilometres. As Neve Parslow flicks the elbow, hands it over to Maddie Taylor. Neve Parslow off to Europe next year to race road. Phenomenal young rider. So it's Hannah Parton on the front, Neve Parslow. With 22 laps to go, so Parton, Parslow, McGowan, Bowen, Taylor, Sutton and Moss. They'll get the bell next time around. And Parslow's going to go early. She's going to try and catch the elite women napping a little bit. So a lot of work to do for Sutton and Moss from the back. As Parslow opens up a tiny gap over McGowan. It's maybe a bike length, followed by Bowen. Now Taylor coming around the outside. Good move by Neve Parslow. She caught them all unawares. Neve Parslow will come through. She'll collect the points. So Parslow, McGowan, Taylor and Sutton, I think. So great move there from Neve Parslow. Confirmation, Parslow, McGowan, Taylor and then Sutton. So that'll make it interesting at the top. Neve Parslow goes within 1 point of Sophie Sutton, who's on 12. Neve on 11. Moss on 9. Taylor on 6. McGowan on 5. Bowen on 1. And down to our final 18 laps, so a really good move from Neve Parslow. Saw her opportunity and went with it. Seb Plant warming up for his elite men's race. All right, now it's Maddie Taylor with 17 laps to go. So Taylor being chased down by Bowen. Parslow is everywhere. Sutton there as well. Moss with a lot of work to do. She got caught behind McGowan and Parton. So Moss having to bridge that gap. So they all come back together around 1 and 2. Sophie Sutton leads them down the back straight. So come around this time. There'll only be 14 laps to go of this 60-lap race. So Moss on the front. Now hands over to Taylor. Then to Bowen. Bowen's got Parslow for company on her back wheel. Then Sophie Sutton. So we get close to our next sprint lap. Parslow flicks the elbow. Sophie Sutton rolls through. Then it's Moss, Taylor, Bowen, Then back to Parslow. No one really keen on sitting on the front for too long. But Moss and Sutton keeping a very close eye now on Parslow. She went early last time around. 12 laps to go. Next time around they'll get the bell. Parslow rolls through. Looks pretty casual. Parslow down the back straight, followed by Moss. Sutton now, she's going to make a move. Round the outside, Moss is going to go as well. Parslow looks around. She's got time to respond. They get the bell. Sutton onto Parslow's wheel. Then it's Moss, Taylor and Bowen. McGowan and Parton joining up together on the front straight. Parslow now, she's holding them off, but Sophie Sutton going to make a move around the outside into the front straight. Parslow trying, oh, Parslow still got it, I think, just over Sutton and Moss. We'll wait to see the result of that one. So Neve Parslow holding her own. So Sophie Sutton just over the top of Parslow. Moss in third. And then Taylor. As we're into our final 8 laps here at Meares Velodrome for round 5 of the AMV Track Series. And our state championships, last night we had our elimination and scratch racing. Today we've had our Keirins and points race. So Sophie Sutton goes back to the front with 17, or stays on top with 17. Neve Parslow on 14, extends her lead over Moss in second. Moss in third, Taylor in fourth, then McGowan and Bowen. Parton in seventh. So down to our final 6 laps for our elite and under 19 women. So Sophie Sutton, our number 1 elite rider. Neve Parslow, our number 1 under 19. Double points on the last lap, so this could still go anywhere. Very tightly matched between our ladies. As McGowan and Parton get back onto the bunch. Four laps to go, and it's Sutton, Bowen, Parslow, Taylor, Moss, McGowan and Parton. 1 kilometre, 4 laps of this 60-lap race, double points. Moss will lead them through with 3 laps to go. Maddie Douglas-Savage having a good time out on the infield. But it's Bowen making a move on the outside. She's getting chased down by Neve Parslow. Now the tempo increases. So Bowen, 2 laps to go. Bowen, Parslow, Sutton, Taylor, Moss, Parton and McGowan. 1.5 laps to go. Double points for our final sprint. Anyone's game. It's going to be Moss who's going to kick first. So Moss leads out Sutton, Bowen, Taylor, Parslow. Parslow's not got the legs to contest the final sprint. So it's Moss and Sutton. Moss and Sutton at the front. So Moss will take the win, followed by Sutton, Bowen and Taylor. So good finale there. Sophie Sutton will have done enough to take the win. So 10 points for Moss, 6 for Sutton, 4 for Bowen and 2 for Taylor. So Sophie Sutton on 23, she'll take the win over Moss. In the elites, then it'll be Neve Parslow winning for the under-19 women. Maddie Taylor taking the bronze for the elites. Chloe Bowen taking the silver for the under-19s, and Hannah Parton taking the bronze. Moving on to our elite men in our final race of this afternoon and the AMV Round 5 track series. As our men take to the boards, 100 laps. 60 laps. You ripper. 60 laps for our elite men. So Noah Blannon flicks up. So still double points. Bernie Swart onto the front now. He's followed by Nixon. Then Luke Rickard, Declan Trezise. Blannon, Schoff and Hayden Smith in there as well. So Declan will lead them through. So head through with 56 to go. So Bernie Swart on the front, followed by Nixon. Then Rickard Trezise. As Blannon rolls through in front of Bernie Swart. So pretty quick tempo as we head down with 53 to go. So on the front, Hayden Smith. He's followed by Harry Schoff as Schoff rolls up. Swart goes to the lead, followed by Nixon. Then it's Rickard and Trezise. So Nixon flicks over to Rickard. They'll get the bell next time around. So Rickard will lead them through. He's got Trezise. And then Blannon. So Rickard will lead them through, followed by Trezise, Blannon, then Hayden Smith, then Schoff, Swart and Nixon just off it at the moment. Declan Trezise, he opens it up down the back straight. So Declan Trezise, he wants to come through and get points to start with. So it'd be Trezise, Blannon, Hayden Smith and Rickard. As the tempo stays up high. So Declan Trezise with a good first up sprint. He'll collect the 5 points. Then I think it was Blannon, Hayden Smith and Rickard. Confirmation on the board. Now the tempo really high as Bernie Swart goes down the back straight. Josh Nixon sits up. He'll wait for them to join in. Hayden Smith across the line. Trezise. Then it's Schoff, Rickard. Blannon at the back behind Swart. So Nixon will go a lap down. Trezise, though, he's on a bender this afternoon. So Trezise and Schoff, they're off at the front. They've got about 15 metres over Blannon. Blannon charging hard to get back on terms. So Hayden Smith in there as well. Declan Trezise showing him a clean set of heels at the moment, though, as Hayden Smith rolls up. Then it's back to Blannon. Luke Rickard and Oscar and Schoff just off the back. Luke Schoff, sorry. Harry Schoff. I've got them all confused. So Rickard, he hands it over to Blannon. Hayden Smith up there as well. So we've got a front three. High tempo as they come round with 43 to go. Hayden Smith, followed by Trezise and Blannon. So they've got about 50 metres or so over Schoff, Swart and Rickard. 42 to go. So one of the chasing pack will still get points. But it's Hayden Smith, Trezise and Blannon out the front. They may go searching for a lap as Nixon withdraws. They get the bell. Trezise will lead through Blannon and Hayden Smith. They've got just under half a lap on the chasing pack of Rickard, Schoff and Swart. So they come through for the bell. It will be a sprint to the line. And Trezise will take the points, followed by Blannon in second again, then Hayden Smith. Schoff will take the final point. So half a lap now for Hayden Smith, Trezise and Blannon. They're going to try and go for a lap. They've got 38 or so laps to do it. Don't forget, we'll have presentations for all of our points and Keirin races straight after the elite men have finished. As Hayden Smith rolls up, Trezise can see the back of Schoff as they go into that front straight. 37 laps to go of this 60-lap race. Now, Hayden Smith, Trezise and Blannon, they're going to make the catch. They do, so they'll collect some points on the way around. So those three boys, they'll gain 20. So 20 points each to Trezise, Blannon and Hayden Smith. That puts them in a very good spot at the top. Trezise on 30, Blannon on 26, Hayden Smith on 24. As Swart closes the gap, he joins on that front pack. Luke Rickard now. Just off the back, couldn't quite catch on as they went by. So Blannon will lead through Hayden Smith, Trezise, Swart and Schoff. So 32 to go. Trezise leads them through. Next time round, they'll get the bell. Bernie Swart on the front now. Liesl Swart looking on from the infield. So through goes Blannon, followed by Hayden Smith. Trezise making sure he's part of that group. Trezise, what a turn of speed out of turn 1 and 2. He goes around the outside along the back straight. Declan Trezise comes through on the front straight, so Trezise will take the points, followed by Hayden Smith. And Blannon, Bernie Swart will collect one as well. So confirmation there. Trezise, Hayden Smith will collect 3. Blannon 2 and Bernie Swart 1. Now Trezise out the front still with Blannon and Hayden Smith. These three men are on an absolute bender this afternoon. So Blannon leads through Trezise with 27 laps to go. Round they come in, 26 to go. Hayden Smith on the front, followed by Blannon, followed by Trezise. Swart and Rickard together on the front straight. Schoff looks around, he sees the front pack coming. 25 to go, so we're well over halfway done on this 60-lap race. Trezise flicks up, he hands it over to Hayden Smith. Schoff joins onto the pack. So Blannon leads through Trezise. 24 to go. So still the three out the front. Schoff just dropping off that. Hayden Smith, Blannon, Trezise. They're our front three and our top three. Trezise on 35, Blannon on 28, Hayden Smith on 27. Double points for our final sprint. Still 3 sprints to go though. So Trezise leads them through with 22 to go. They'll get the bell next time around as we all come together on the back straight as they go around Luke Rickard. So Blannon will get the bell. Blannon rolls through. Trezise in second wheel, then Swart. Hayden Smith making a move around Swart. Trezise looks around, sees Hayden Smith coming. Trezise kicks. He's going to go around the outside of Blannon. Trezise down the front straight. It'll be Trezise, Blannon, Hayden Smith and Swart. Confirmation there, so Blannon collecting the 3. Hayden Smith getting 2 and Swart getting 1. So as Blannon gets 1 more point over Hayden Smith. Top of the tables though, it's Declan Trezise who's out on his own now. So Declan Trezise out all on his own with 17.5 laps to go. He's left behind Blannon and Hayden Smith. So Declan Trezise, our leader. He's got almost half a lap now over Hayden Smith, Swart and Blannon. As they drop their heads, they can't believe how quick he's going around the Meares Velodrome. With 16 laps to go, Declan Trezise on a bender here this afternoon at Meares Velodrome. He goes around the outside of Schoff and Rickard. Declan Trezise, he wants to collect another lap, I think, get another 20 points. 15 to go now for Trezise. Over half a lap in front of Blannon, Hayden Smith and Swart. So Trezise can see the back of Hayden Smith as he goes up the front straight with 14 laps to go. Declan Trezise on fire. He's only about 25 metres behind the chasing pack. So 13 laps to go now for Trezise. 10 metres to the back of Swart. 5 metres, 3. He makes the catch on the turns 3 and 4 with 12 laps to go. So Declan will get another 20 points. That sends him to 60, nearly double Noah Blannon's. Blannon decides to kick as they'll get the bell this time around. Hayden Smith will get the bell, followed by Trezise, Blannon, Swart, So Hayden Smith goes around the outside of Schoff and Rickard. Declan Trezise. He's going to go for a clean sweep of points here. Declan Trezise couldn't quite get there that time. I think Hayden Smith got those ones. We'll wait for confirmation. So Declan Trezise well and truly out the front. So move into 9 laps to go and 1 double points sprint to go. So Trezise did get the sprint in the end over Hayden Smith, Blannon and Schwartz. So Trezise absolutely unstoppable at the top, collecting maximum points every sprint. With 7 laps to go. So out the front, it's Hayden Smith, Blannon, Trezise and Swart. Blannon leads them through with 6 laps to go. Declan Trezise on the back straight. He leads them through. So Blannon through, Swart through, Hayden Smith, Trezise. So coming around now, 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre of Meares Velodrome of this 60-lap race. 60 laps for Declan Trezise anyway. As they head around into the back straight, Trezise to the back, Blannon to the front, he hands it over to Swart. So Bernie Swart, 3 laps to go, followed by Hayden Smith, Trezise and Blannon. 2.5 laps to go for our elite men points race. Presentations will follow immediately after our men's points race with 2 laps to go. On your way out, make sure you stop by Bo Hanlon up on the concourse level. He's got some gear for sale up there. Now as they come round, they'll get the bell. Blannon, he's decided to go. He's got Hayden Smith chasing. That's the battle for silver. Blannon goes through, double points. So Blannon trying to hold off Hayden Smith. Hayden Smith coming around the outside. As they come to the line, Hayden Smith will take the 10 points. Followed by Blannon, Trezise. No need to go crazy. And then Swart will collect the final points. But Declan Trezise will take the win. And that sprint by Hayden Smith will take him into the silver medal position. Noah Blannon taking home the bronze. So the confirmation on 69 points, Declan Trezise. In second place, Rowan Hayden Smith on 42. And Noah Blannon taking home the bronze on 39. Stick around for the presentations. Make your way down to the scoreboard end of the infield. And we'll get straight on to our presentations for our under 15s all the way through to the elites. Have a good night. You going to Melbourne? You'll go to Melbourne next week. Good luck to Will and Oscar, hey? Are you going to Melbourne, April? Yep. Nope. Nope. But good luck. Race well, yeah? You're racing really well. Moving straight into our presentations and all the way back to our under 15 women Keirins from earlier on this afternoon. Adele Dixon going to do a wonderful job taking the medals out. So for our under 15 women Keirin 2025 State Championship for Queensland. In third place, taking home the bronze with an amazing sprint down the back straight from Balmoral Cycling Club, Maddie Douglas-Savage. In second place, from the University of Queensland, taking home the silver, Aaron Siok. And in first place, and what a weekend for this young lady, from the Ipswich Cycling Club, taking home the gold, Sienna Golding. Congratulations, Sienna, Aaron and Maddie. On to our under 15 men. In third place from the University of Queensland, taking home the bronze, Harley Bradshaw. In second place from Balmoral Cycling Club, taking home the silver, Cam Franks. And in first place, the rocket ship from the Gold Coast, taking home the gold, Riley Dixon. Congratulations, Riley, Cam and Harley. Our under 15 men Keirin State Championship. Next up, our under 17 women Keirin State Championship. So we're under 17 women in third place from the Balmoral Cycling Club, taking home the bronze, Sienna Monteith. In second place, also from Balmoral, taking home the silver, Bella Potts. And in first place, completing an all Balmoral podium, taking home the gold, Ava Robbins. Congratulations, Ava, Bella and Sienna. Now our under 17 men for the 2025 Keirin Queensland State Championship. In third place from the Fraser Coast, taking home the bronze, Oscar Schoff. In second place from Rockhampton, GT George Tucker. And in first place from Balmoral, taking home the gold, Will Meares. Congratulations, Will, GT and Oscar. To our under 19 Women's Keirin State Championship for 2025. In third place from the University of Queensland Cycling Club, taking home the bronze, Milan Bradshaw. In second place from Rockhampton, taking home the silver, Victoria Smith. And in first place from Balmoral, taking home the gold, Ala Liang. Well done, Ella, Vic and Milan. Our under 19 men's Keirin State Championship for 2025. In third place from Balmoral Cycling Club, taking home the bronze, Tom Waits. In second place, also from Balmoral, taking home the silver, Toby Jones. And in first place, completing another Balmoral podium, taking home the gold, Mitch Louis. Congratulations, Mitch, Toby and Tom, three very serious men on the podium. On to our Elite Women 2025 Keirin State Championship. The QAS girls roll out in third place, taking home the bronze, Emma Stevens. In second place, taking home the silver, Lauren Perry. And in first place with the gold with a phenomenal ride, Sophie Watts. Congratulations, Sophie, Lauren and Emma. Next up, our elite men in the 2025 Keirin State Championship. In third place, taking home the bronze, Ronan Munro. He had one job. Ronan Munro with the bronze. In silver was Byron Davies, but on the top step, taking home the gold, Ryan Elliott. Congratulations to Ryan, Byron and Ronan. Moving on to our Masters. Taking home the gold, Byron Philp. That's our Masters 1. On to Masters 2. So our Masters 2 presentation. In second place, taking home the silver, Nelson Andrado. And with the win, taking home the gold from Mackay Cycling Club, Peter Ransom. Well done, Peter and Nelson. On to our Masters 3. For our 2025 State Keirin Championship. In second place, for the Bundaberg Cycling Club, taking home the silver, Brad Davis. And in first place, from the University of Queensland, taking home the gold, Adam Clark. Congratulations, Clarkie and Brad. On to our men's Masters 4. In third place, from the University of Queensland, taking home the bronze, Anthony Lane. In second and silver was Simon Wallace, who's not here. But in first place, the ever popular, the gold medal man, Peter Meares. Congratulations, Peter, Simon and Anthony. On to our men's Masters 5. In third place from the University of Queensland, taking home the bronze medal, Chris Weir. In second place from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, taking home silver, Sean Wilson. And taking home the number one from Ipswich Cycling Club with the gold, John Eder. Congratulations, John, Sean and Chris. On to our men's Masters 6. Taking home the silver from the University of Queensland, Scott Slade. And then with another one to add to his collection with another gold, Jade Oreboom. Well done, Jay and Scotty. Next up, our men's Masters 7. Taking home the bronze medal, Bruce Ward. Taking home the silver, David O'Connell. And taking home the gold from Balmoral, Graham Ward. Next up for our men's Masters 8, taking home the gold, Lewis Marshall. Well done, Lewis. On to our men's Masters 9. Taking home the silver, and good to see him back up and walking, Richard Watson. In first place, taking home the gold, the man, the myth, the legend, Steve Mayman. Well done, Steve and Richard. For our men's Masters 10, They don't give him the name the hamster for no reason. He loves going in circles. Keith Ham. Well done, Keithy. Oh, he got camera shy. For our ladies, Masters taking home in their respective divisions. So gold medals for Sharon McGuigan and Julie Barnett. Congratulations, Sharon getting gold and Julie Barnett getting gold as well. Okay, into our points race, state championship finals. We'll start with our under 15 women, the 2025 Queensland State Championship points race. In third place, taking home the bronze, Hannah Walters. In second place from Bundaberg Cycling Club, taking home the silver, Elise Vaughan. And in first place from the Ipswich Cycling Club, taking home another gold, Sienna Golding. Congratulations to Sienna, Elise and Hannah. On to our under 15 men now for their 2025 Queensland State Points Championship. In third place from Balmoral Cycling Club with the bronze, Cam Franks. In second place from Hamilton Wheelers, Watt of Silver, Aidan Parslow. And in first place from the Gold Coast, we've seen him on the top step a few times with the gold medal, Riley Dixon. Congratulations, Riley, Aidan and Cam. Never too old to throw your hands in the air. Our under 17 ladies for their points race state championship. In third place, taking home the bronze, Bella Potts. In second place, taking home the silver, Sienna Monteith. And in first place, and no stranger to the top step, taking home the gold, Ava Robbins. Congratulations, Ava, Sienna and Bella. To our under 17 men for the 2025 Queensland State Championship points race. In third place from Rocky, taking the bronze, GT George Tucker. In second place, I can't believe they let him do it again, collecting the silver, Felix Crossman. And in first place from the Fraser Coast, taking home the gold, Oscar Schoff. Congratulations, Oscar, Felix and George. To our under 19 men for the points race state championship. In third place in the bronze, Tom Waits. In second, taking home the silver, Alex Hughes. And in first place, looking like Alex Hughes' twin with the same flashy hair, taking home the gold, Toby Jones. Congratulations to Toby, Alex and Tom. Moving into our Masters, 4 to 5. In second place, taking home the silver, Peter Ransom. And in first place, taking home the gold, Nelson Andrado. Congratulations, Peter and Nelson. Next up for our men's Masters 4. It might have been men's Masters 3. Taking home the gold medal, gaining a lap. What a ripper ride from Bundaberg Cycling Club, Brad Davis. Great ride, Brad. On to our men's Masters 4. In third place, taking home the bronze, Matt Wynn. Taking home the silver, Nick Hughes. And in first place, taking home the gold, Sean Crossman. Moving on to our men's Masters 6. In third place, taking home the bronze, Glenn Catherall. In second place, from UQ, taking the silver, Chris Weir. And taking home the gold is Sean Wilson. Congratulations, Sean, Chris and Glenn. In third place, taking home the bronze from UQ, Scott Slade. In second place with silver, I haven't got the results, but is that Jason Reed? And in first place, with another one to hang around his neck, Jade Oraboom. Congratulations. Moving on to men's Masters 7. In third place, taking home the bronze, David O'Connell. In second place, and with the silver, Graham Ward. And in first place, taking home the gold, Bruce Ward. Congratulations, Bruce, Graham and David. For our men's Masters 8 and men's Masters 9. For our men's Masters 8, collecting the gold medal, Lewis Marshall. And for men's Masters 9, taking home the gold, Steve Mayman. So European. Congratulations, Lewis and Steve. Moving on to our ladies' Masters. Collecting another round of gold from Balmoral Cycling Club, Sharon McGuigan. And from UQ, Julie Barnett. Well done to Sharon McGuigan and Julie Barnett. Onto our under 19 points race state championship. In third place from Bundaberg, taking home the bronze, Hannah Parton. In second place with the silver from UQ, Chloe Bowen. And in first place from Hamilton Wheelers with a great ride right up there with the elites, taking home the gold, Neve Parslow. Well done, Neve, Chloe and Hannah. Our elite women now. What a race this was between these three ladies. In third place, taking home the bronze, Maddie Taylor. In second place with the silver, Laura Lee Moss. And in first place and with the biggest green and the gold medal, Sophie Sutton. Congratulations, Sophie, Laura Lee and Maddie. On to our elite men now in our final presentation of the night. In third place, taking home the bronze medal, Noah Blannon. In second place, taking home the silver, Rowan Hayden Smith. And in first place, taking home the gold, winning by a couple of points only, Declan Trezise. Congratulations, Declan, Rowan and Noah, our elite men points race state championship. That concludes proceedings for today. We'll see you back here at Meares in late January. Good luck to all the riders at the Austral, AJTS and all the carnivals over Christmas. Merry Christmas.